To pose in front of the Baroque masterpiece will now pay $1.68. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high near 30 and a gusty breeze out of the northwest. Clear tonight, below near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Joining us now, Tom Anderson, who is the Director of Communications and Editor of Connecticut State of the Birds at the Connecticut Audubon Society. And he frequently joins us to talk about the state of the health of our beautiful birds, whom we cherish and we love. Tom, welcome back to the show today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
So, Tom, I have to tell you, there's a little dead bird on my porch this morning.
I have no idea if you can hear me. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I'm using my AirPods. Should I take them off and just use the regular phone?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Tell me when you're ready. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
I apologize for that.
That's
Sorry.
all right. So, Tom, there's a little dead bird outside my porch this morning. I mean, it's very rare for me to see a dead bird. I'm so upset. Little thing. It's a little fat little bird. So sad.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did it crash into the window, maybe?
You know, anything could have happened. It's hard to know. It's hard to know, but it's not. I suppose it could have, but it's actually where it's lying is not in front of a window. It's more like in front of the post light in front of my door. But it could have. I mean, in the middle of the night, sure, but it looks more like it's. I don't really know the answer. I don't know what happened to this little birdie. Could it have frozen? Could it have just been too cold?
I guess anything is possible, but birds are birds are very well insulated against the cold, and as long as they're getting enough food in winter, they should be fine. I guess it's possible that a bird that just hatched last summer and is inexperienced and doesn't know how to find food when there's snow on the ground, I suppose it could have frozen. It's hard to say.
It's very hard to say. It's very sad for me. And I was very sad to read that, and again, maybe this was exaggerated or maybe it isn't exaggerated, that birds were so cold that they were falling out of the trees. And that's what I read, and it very much disturbed me, and that's why I asked you on the show today, because...
Yeah, I read that too after your producer, Melissa, sent it to me. I had missed it. And when I read it, because I'd never heard about that either. And that situation appears to be young hawks that were hatched last summer. And basically the situation that I just described, they're not really old enough to have learned how to hunt under difficult conditions and were dying because of it. But I literally had never heard of that before.
Is it the case with birds that their mothers teach them anything about foraging? What is it like for birds?
Birds learn from their parents. In some cases, both parents. In some cases, just the mother, by following them around right after they hatch, and essentially picking it up, watching, learning the way a baby would learn. A human baby would learn by mimicking its parents, but they're quick learners, But when most songbirds leave the nest, they're ready to go. They need a little bit of time to get their wings, so to speak, and they need to follow the parents around. But within a short period of time, they're pretty self-sufficient. So yeah, they learn, and the birds that stick around here for the winter tend to travel in mixed flocks. So you'll get chickadees and tufted titmice and white-breasted nuthatches and downy woodpeckers. And they'll move through the woods, in kind of loose flocks, and they're all sort of foraging for dormant insects and seeds together. And I guess they do that because it's a way of signaling to each other that there's food around, and this is a good place to find it.
So let me ask you, that's interesting. I didn't realize they would be together. By the way, after this, I'm going to send you a picture of this bird because I don't know what kind of bird it is. I want you to tell me. But
Okay.
Can you tell me what I can do, what I literally and the people listening right now can do to make this winter easier for birds? What should we be doing?
Yeah, one of the most important things you can do for birds is put out a bird bath, put out water for them.
Okay.
Because birds need water every day, and when it's frozen like this, it's hard for them to find it. And so, if you go and buy a bird bath, you can buy a heated bird bath, and you plug it in with an extension cord or whatever, and it'll keep it so it doesn't freeze. And birds need that because they need to drink, but they also need to bathe. They need to splash water on their feathers because it helps their feathers do a better job insulating them against the cold. So food is important, but water is almost more important because it's just much harder for them to find.
All right. So, and if we don't have like a bird bath, with the pedestal, can we just put a bowl of water out and change it
you can
once a day?
Put a shallow dish. If you have. One of the things I've read is that if you put out a dish or a pan that is black, it will take longer for it to freeze because the black radiates. The black is just whatever it is. The color black absorbs heat better than white does. So if you had a shallow black frying pan or skillet, you could use that.
Oh, okay.
It definitely does not have to be on a pedestal. The one we have in our house is just we bought it. It's a shallow bowl, and it's got a heater, but we just put it on the stone wall outside the window and keep it filled and keep it clean. We wash it maybe once or twice a week. And birds are there. There are none there now, although there are plenty at the feeder, but they go back and forth between the feeder and the water all day.
All right, so that's something we can do. Even if we don't have bird food at the ready, we can always put out something for the birds to drink, and that's critical.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then what about bird food? Because my experiment with a bird feeder wasn't great because I put a bird feeder on my house, this beautiful little glass bird feeder, and I saw all these beautiful birds, and then the next thing you know, I had mice because, that's what happened. And I don't really want more mice. I already have enough.
Funny.
I don't want any more.
That's funny. Just before I called you, I checked. We have one of those little kind of have a heart kind of traps, and I checked it, and it was in the house, and there was a mouse in it.
Yeah.
So when I get off the phone, I've got to figure out what I'm going to do with this poor mouse now.
Right.
But yeah, you definitely don't want to put it somewhere where there are mice. It's a good place for a bird feeder is at some number of feet, maybe 30 feet away from the house, if you have that much room, and in a sunny spot, and in a place that's not too far from some bushes or shrubs, so the birds can go back and forth and get a little bit of shelter and protection.
Okay.
If you keep the feeder filled with high-quality sunflower seeds, the birds will be there all day. And, in wintertime, birds do okay. In wintertime, when there's no snow, a bird feeder is good for the birds, but not essential. They'll find food wherever they are, but they'll come to the feeder because it's easy. But in weather like this, when it's really cold and snowy, the feeder becomes really more important for them. And so if you put out a feeder filled with sunflower seeds, you'll really be doing something good for the birds.
203-333-9422 is our number if you want to ask a question of Tom Anderson, who was with the Connecticut Audubon Society. He's a bird expert, 203-333-9422. And you said sunflower seeds. Is that the best bird food to buy? Are there mixtures? It's confusing for people.
Yeah. The bird food that has the highest calories and the highest fat content, which is what you want, is really black oil sunflowers. They come in the shells, and you can also buy them without the shells. It's a little bit more expensive, but not quite as messy. If you use the ones on if you fill your feeder with the sunflower seeds that have the shells end up under the feeder, and then when springtime comes, you got to clean them up or whatever. It's a little bit of a mess. We buy a big bag of sunflower seeds that have already been shelled, sunflower hearts, and we use that instead. But sunflowers are that's really one of the best things. And if you also go to the market and buy suet and get a little suet feeder and hang it on a tree, you'll get lots of birds, including woodpeckers, will visit that.
And the suet, it looks like a brick of compressed stuff, right?
Yeah. I don't actually have one. We found that it's way too attractive to squirrels.
Interesting.
But I guess you could figure out a way to attach it and use it with like a squirrel guard or something. I'm not sure, but I know birds love suet. They need fat in it. They need calories, and they especially need that on when they wake up after a really cold night. First thing in the morning, they need to be able to find some high fat and high calorie food to make up for what they lost overnight.
So one of my questions from a listener is, should we be planting sunflowers? Would that help the birds in the winter?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great idea, actually, yeah. And there are native sunflowers as well. If you plant the sunflowers and leave them, birds will land on the sunflower heads and pluck out the seeds. And in fact, one of the things I was going to mention is at our house we have a couple of gardens in front and back of native plants like goldenrods and black-eyed Susans and yarrow and various asters, and we leave them at the end of the season. And I've noticed over the past week since last Sunday's snowfall, there's a little dark grayish sparrow called the junco. The juncos land on the seed heads and knock the seeds off onto the snow, and then help themselves to the seeds, which are easy for them to find right on the snow. So any kind of native plant is a good thing to have, and don't cut it down when the flowers are done. Let it stay in your garden all winter.
I don't even cut down my garden all winter. My vegetable garden, I let it just go all through the winter, and then in the spring I roll it over.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
So that's what I do, and then they can help themselves to whatever they can find. But there was so much snow, there really isn't that much for them to find. There isn't that much that survived the snow that's above ground.
One thing you'll notice if you watch the birds, they'll be climbing up the bare tree trunks. They'll be foraging along bare branches, and they even come to like at our house, they'll cling to the siding of the house. They're looking for insects that are overwintering, spider eggs. So there's lots of stuff for that around, and the trees aren't covered with snow. It's hard for them to get food from the ground, but there's lots of stuff for them to eat still in the trees.
Okay, good to know. Very good. How are we doing with our bird count, Tom Anderson? How are we doing with birds in Connecticut? How are we doing?
Not much different from the last time we talked. And I forget if we talked about this, but there was a report that came out. The authors were, 6 or 8 of the top ornithologists in the country. It came out about 5 or 6 years ago, and it showed that since 1970, North America has lost about 30% of its total birds. So there are 3 billion fewer birds in North America now.
And you know how you know that? Because when we were kids looking up, we could see giant flocks of birds in the sky. You never see that anymore. You never see
and and I remember this as well from my early days as a bird watcher, which was like 1980, 1981. The spring and summer mornings were so much louder with birdsong than they are now.
That's right.
Right. But some progress is being made. The Connecticut State of the Birds report that we just published in December, and which is available on our website, we had 5 or 6 top young bird conservationists from around New England and the country write articles about sort of innovative things that the bird conservation world is doing to try to make up for that 30% loss. And one of the things that was interesting for me to learn is that the young conservationists who are just getting started are fairly optimistic that they can do enough good things to stabilize the population and eventually turn it around.
I hope they're right. One of the fronts we're working on, at least on this show, is the light pollution piece, which I think is a question of education and sensitivity. And I'm optimistic that it'll take 20 or 30 years, but eventually we're going to start to shut the lights off at night because people are going to recognize that they're entitled to a dark sky. They're entitled to see their skies as humans. And then that's going to help the birds.
Yeah, I agree.
Tom Anderson, it's always a pleasure to have you on. So my takeaway today is sunflowers. And without the husks, if you want to have less to clean up in the spring. And a shallow bowl will serve as a nice bird bath, but keep an eye on it. Wash it once or twice a week and make sure it's clean, and that's a good thing for the birdies, too. And I don't know about the bird. You know, we turn our lights off around 10 o'clock at night. So if the bird flew into the window, it wasn't because it was an attractive light. It just may have flown into the window. I don't know. It's not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know either. Birds, during daylight, when birds see a window, they don't recognize it as a window. They see the reflection, and they think they're flying into whatever it reflects. So if it reflects trees, they think they're flying into the trees. But if you take a photo and send it to me, I'll look at it right away, and I'll email you back, and you can tell your audience what kind of bird it was.
Thanks, Tom. Tom Anderson from Audubon. Thank you so much for joining us with your expertise. We really appreciate it.
Happy to do it. Thanks.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high near 30 and a gusty breeze out of the northwest. Clear tonight, below near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 2nd, Groundhog Day. The very first Groundhog Day was celebrated in Punxsutawney, PA in 1887.
Groundhog Day! 1,000 people waiting to worship a rat.
Today is the anniversary of New York's Grand Central Station officially opening.
Grand Central Terminal is a monument to the heritage of railroads. From the floor to the ceiling is 125 feet high. You can put a 12-story building in here if you wanted.
In 1964, the popular action figure G.I. Joe was launched by Hasbro.
G.I. Joe, fighting man from head to toe, on the land, on the sea, in the air.
February 2nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC. WICC Bridgeport, Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. In Minnesota, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner has ruled that Alex Preddy's official manner of death was a homicide. The 37-year-old Minneapolis nurse's cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, according to the report, which also says that Preddy was shot by law enforcement officers and died in the emergency room at Hennepin Healthcare. Now, tactics by federal immigration agents and Department of Homeland Security funding is at issue as Congress is back in session. With a partial government shutdown underway, Democratic votes will be needed to approve the DHS bill, and Democrats are threatening to withhold approval if changes in DHS policy are not made. CBS's Nicole Killian on the Hill.
The Speaker really wanted to try to fast-track this bill, but according to our sources, the Speaker had a conversation with Leader Jeffries over the weekend where it was conveyed that House Democrats would not put up extra votes to fast-track this measure, so that's why it's got to go through the more traditional process.
The House Rules Committee will also take up whether to hold former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress for not abiding by a subpoena to testify. Today's show host Savannah Guthrie was off the air this morning after her 84-year-old mother was reported missing in Arizona. The latest on the search from our Peter King.
Investigators say 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was last seen Saturday night near her home west of Tucson. She was reported missing after she failed to show for a church event, and now Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nano says her home is considered a crime scene.
She did not leave on her own. We know that.
Nano says Guthrie has no cognitive issues but is mobility impaired and has other problems requiring medication.
Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal.
Peter King, CBS News.
Snow and ice swept across the southeastern United States over the weekend. It went far south into Florida, but did more in the Carolinas that felt the freeze late last week. CBS's Dave Malkoff is in Charlotte.
It was almost like a winter hurricane that came through there. Some trees came down into houses. The ice built up on the power lines, and that's what cut off power to some of those people. And that was last week's event, and they're still working to get the power on right now.
The president reportedly had a phone call with FBI agents involved in the search of the Fulton County, Georgia election center last week. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
The New York Times reports that President Trump spoke to some of the agents the day after the raid. It says Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard met with the investigators, and then she called the president and put him on speakerphone, where he offered them praise.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 516 points. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS Mornings on the go on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Bridgeport are ruling the death of a man found inside an East Side home, quote, suspicious. Officers responded to a call Saturday afternoon on Brooks Street near Boston Avenue. The area was closed off for hours during the investigation. An official cause of death hasn't been released yet. A norovirus outbreak is being reported at Quinnipiac University in Hamden. The sickness was reportedly confined to students living in the Ledges Residence Hall last week. The university sent an email to the campus warning students, faculty, and staff to take precautions. The university's medical director wrote directly to students living in the Ledges Hall, advising them on symptoms, prevention, and when they should seek medical attention. And Connecticut is ranked 34th in a national survey of states for retiree friendliness. The financial website WalletHub.com reviewed multiple factors in the areas of affordability, quality of life, and health care. Wyoming was ranked as the best state for retirement. Kentucky was the worst. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Norwalk. Out of New Haven, 91 southbound side, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, Wilbur southbound. Heavy congestion delays from exit 53 down to the West Rock Tunnel, all stemming from earlier problems. 84 eastbound side, an accident reported approaching the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you remember last week? Was it last week? It all melds together here. I think it was last week where Governor Ned Lamont came out and did something really odd, I thought. Remember that? He was at some sort of housing confab, right? Housing or affordable housing or whatever. I lose track. There's so many of them. And the governor said, well, you know, I'd be for a cap in raising a rent only if you're an out-of-state landlord with properties here in Connecticut, with rental properties here in Connecticut. So if you're from out-of-state, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York on the borders, or maybe somewhere down in south and in Florida, you don't live here, you're not a resident, the governor says, well, I'm not generally capping rent increases here, only though if you're an out-of-state landlord, right? And I said, this is weird. Remember I said this? When I said, well, hey, look, folks, the governor wants limits on rent increases, but only if you're an out-of-state landlord. Now, I know we have some of those, but it wasn't so much the nuts and bolts of what he said as to, like, why. And I'm wondering, I'm saying to myself, hey, self, yes, self, is this election year posturing? Is this preening himself in front of the far left of his party because he may actually face a young, upbeat, up-tempo Republican ticket or Republican candidate, at least, in Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart, who might have, right, a little bit more of an appeal than, say, with all due respect, Tom Foley or Bob Stefanowski. So that died out in a day because everybody said, this has no chance. He's just out there posturing for his base. And now we see this. You landlords, I'm telling you, they're coming for you. Now this is going to be now get ready for this, because this is going to start playing out day after tomorrow. The short session of the General Assembly starts on Wednesday. It's a 3-month session, 12, 11, 13 weeks, whatever. And the progressives in this say the Democrats need something more heading into the election than Trump sucks. And we hate Trump. Yes, we know you hate Trump. Trump is Hitler. Yeah, we know you think Trump is Hitler. We know that. Bob Duff was putting videos on his YouTube page saying Trump was Hitler. We had a member, Saud Anwar, of the General Assembly, openly, I guess, smiling and holding a sign inferring he wanted the death of the president. So we get it. You don't like Donald Trump. Okay, message received. We got it. So you don't like Trump. You think he's Stalin, Mussolini, Hitler, whatever. Trump sucks. Trump, whatever, this and that. All right, fine, we get that. But I think they're worried now that that's not enough maybe to win the election. If you look at the amount of sheer, unadulterated corruption that's been kind of swirling around the governor, right? Now, he may not have known about it in particular, but again, when you're the CEO, are you not the boss? Do you not wade back to the great Harry Truman sign that he had on the White House desk? Apparently, the buck stops here. So I'm sitting there last week going, what is this about, capping rate? And here it is, kids. This is the second shoe to drop. The first one was the governor last week or a few days ago kind of priming the pump, kind of throwing the chum in the water to say, well, maybe we're going to do something about landlords. You evil Connecticut landlords out here. Oh, yes. Yes. The hordes of the progressive left in Connecticut, led by the usual suspects, they're coming for you. You ready for this? This is going to be apparently, now this may or may not happen. I'm just going by what Ginny Monk is reporting here in the Connecticut Mirror. We'll get to that momentarily, but you folks who are landlords, I'm telling you now this is all starting to make sense, because that thing with the governor about capping rent increases and rent controls and stuff for units, owned by out-of-staters, that kind of made it somewhat palatable, like the governor saying, hey, it would only be for out-of-state people and any of us with a functioning brain. Any of us with a normal oxygen saturation of about 98% or so in our blood, we all knew that there was something else behind that. What is behind that? Oh, I'll tell you momentarily. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Are you ready for this? Who's up for a little, 2 words now, eviction reform?
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Water damage is a nightmare. Did you know it can be avoided with water leak detection installed by Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting? Water leaks and frozen pipes can damage a home or business more than fire or burglary. Go to ppcalarms.com. Learn how a water leak detection system can be installed simply and inexpensively to automatically shut off your water main. For comprehensive security solutions for theft, water, or fire, go to ppcalarms.com. ppcalarms.com for total home security and peace of mind.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time. allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Welcome to Willie's Wings, home of the secret sauce.
I'll take a dozen wings. Oh, by the way, I love that sauce. What's in it?
Can't tell you.
Why not?
It's a secret.
While many financial advisors claim to have the secret sauce, they don't. In fact, if their sauce is so good, why are they keeping it a secret? Steve All of the All Financial Group doesn't keep anything a secret. He knows there's much more to retirement planning than stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. He'll develop a strategy designed specifically for you. It's your own secret sauce for retirement. Call Steve today at 636-230-8824 for your personal portfolio x-ray. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
Fine, you want to know what's in the sauce?
Absolutely.
Tablespoon of paprika.
Really?
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, an accident at exit 32 on the southbound side. Left lane is blocked. 95 northbound. Construction between exits 4 and 5. More of it exit 26 to 29. And you have it in West Haven, exit 43 into exit 44. 2 lanes are blocked there. On the Parkway northbound, more road work to exit 33. Stay left to get through. On the southbound side, the Wilbur Cross road work into Route 34. Right lane is blocked. 91 north and southbound, you have it between exits 2 and exit 7. 84 eastbound road work exits 2 through 5. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
This year marks 100 years of broadcasting for WICC. Thank you, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So starting day after tomorrow, this coming Wednesday, February 4th, it's the short session of the General Assembly where we would think the majority Democrats would do the least amount of harm they can. But no, we have an election coming up this year, and you know, Governor Lamont last week said, okay, I'd be maybe kind of, sort of, maybe be into a cap on rent increases. Oh, but only for out-of-state landlords. Don't get mad at me. All you white suburban voters who have rental properties, don't get mad at me. But now the Senate Democrats, Martin Looney and Bob Duff, they're going to do the dirty work. Get this, if you're a landlord. Now, God forbid, and I'm waiting for one of them to call to come on this show to tell me why they won't do that. God forbid the Democratic leadership in Hartford in an election year say, hey, we're going to make this special session about trying to get more relief on your electric bills or trying to pass something that would start the ball rolling on this. No, God forbid we're going to maybe do something about taxes. You just heard Chris had a thing in the news there about Connecticut sucking, again, a hard suck by the state of Connecticut for retirees. So God forbid the Democratic majority in Hartford do something about that, or about electric bills, or about taxes, or about business fees. No! Bob Duff, Martin Looney Incorporated, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, they're coming after landlords. They've tried this again. One thing about the Democrats, they don't give up. If they're slowed down by some email feedback or voicemail feedback or maybe a Connecticut governor who's not a communist, they put it in the back pocket, and they don't give up. A measure, you ready for this? You folks that are landlords of certain types of buildings, I'm not sure which ones, but get ready, here it comes. Because the left is going to left. Even when it... Oh, why would you say that, Paul? Because I think it's nuts. We already have laws on the books. A measure to require landlords to give a reason when they evict a renter is likely to be center stage during the upcoming legislative session, key lawmakers and advocates said. Hey, by the way, housing advocate, how about the I'm sick and tired of my damn electric bill advocates? Do we have any of those? Do we have any advocates for can the loonies on the left shut up so we can get some more natural gas in this state advocates? Do we have any of those in Hartford? Lawmakers say they expect to vote on bills to support the homeless population and modest zoning-related proposals like those related to accessory dwelling units during the short session. Last year's debate culminated in a sweeping housing bill, a veto from Governor Ned Lamont to encourage more housing in the state. I think our goal is to figure out how to keep people housed, said State Rep Antonio Felipe, Democrat Bridgeport, co-chair of the Housing Committee. Newly appointed Planning and Development Committee ranking member, Republican Irene Haynes, East Haddam, says she doesn't expect big bills in the session. But get this now, here we go. They're coming after renters. Landlords, I'm sorry. During the past several sessions, lawmakers have debated bills that would change the state's eviction law for tenants who live in large apartment complexes and largely end no-fault evictions, also known as lapse of time evictions, which typically occur at the end of a lease. Renters say these types of evictions are often used as retaliation against tenants who unionize or complain about living conditions. Now, there's already protections against evicting seniors to some point with no-fault evictions and people with disabilities. Quote, what it's going to come down to was whether leadership in the House feels the pressure, feels the desire to put the time aside to make it happen within the short session. Now, that comes from a gentleman named Luke Melankos, who's vice president of the Connecticut Tenants Union. The Connecticut Tenants Union is going to lead the effort to pass the bill, and several housing advocacy groups have said they will support it. Landlords have vehemently opposed this for years, saying they use no-fault evictions to get out problem tenants, that the law allows evictions for nuisance tenants or violations of the lease is harder to use. So there you go, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Republicans already coming out and saying they're going to oppose a measure for rent caps. I don't know if there's anything in stone or in writing yet from the GOP. But now, look, is this going to go anywhere? Who knows? It may never get out of committee. Maybe it's just running something up the flagpole here. But what is it about the Democratic majority in Hartford that almost everything they put forth, whether it has to do with immigration status, the policing powers of Connecticut, whether it has to do with things like what books a library can choose and should choose to carry, and whether parents have a say in that. Why is most of the Democratic legislation in this state always us versus them? They want to tell supermarkets now how many cashierless checkers, checkout spots they can have open. It doesn't make any sense. Why do they never go after the big issues? Well, I know why, because it gets some votes. Because they cannot carve the Democratic leadership right now. And we're talking about the usual suspects: Bob Duff, Martin Looney, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, Matt Blumenthal now is becoming. They never unite around legislation. They never do. Tell me one. They never unite around legislation that can do the entire state good. Even remember last year, there was this bill to make it more difficult to play around with absentee ballots if you've gotten caught doing funny business. They couldn't even vote on it. What a disgrace! They couldn't even vote on it. But the majority loves to nibble. Well, we're only going to charge you a little more for this. Oh, the businesses, they can afford this. Oh, the insurance. Wait, we're coming off a week where we're a rank and file, high-ranking Democrat is begging her own party to stop with the insurance mandates. It's making Connecticut 2-1 and 4. It's making Connecticut unaffordable. But no, you get nothing. You get nothing from the Democratic leadership. Like I said, when was the last time the Democratic leadership got together and held a news conference, maybe with Republicans, but maybe not, and say, hey, you know what? We have this special session coming up. We're going to help businesses out here. We're going to ease some of the fees. We're going to do a reduction in business taxes. It never, ever, ever happens because they don't care. And now it's back to tenants' rights again. Now, listen, there are protections in laws, federal and state, for tenants. But now, hey, let's see if we can turn the screws on the landlords. You're going to have to give a reason you're not renewing a lease. Really? So we're going to start trampling on property rights here? Now, again, you could argue that's the role of government. I'd much rather have the government at least make believe, at least toy with me, tickle me a little bit. Can the Democratic leadership in Hartford, from Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Matt Ritter and Jason Rojas and Gary Holder Winfield, do any of them care how expensive Connecticut is? Now, the National Party, affordability, affordability. But on the local level, you mention affordability in Hartford, they say, gee, affordability, what's that, a new indie rock band? What is that?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, a crash approaching exit 32. Left lane is out. 95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. And again, exit 26 through 29. And further ahead, exit 43 into 44, taking out 2 lanes. On the Parkway northbound roadwork into exit 33, right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction. Exits 51 down into exit 42 A and B. 91 north and southbound roadwork between exits 2 and 7. 84 eastbound, you have at exit 2 out to exit 5. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. More snow could be headed to parts of the South still struggling to dig out from snow or restore power from earlier storms. CBS's Dave Malkoff is in Charlotte, North Carolina.
It was really bad out here. We had a 100-car pileup outside of Charlotte. The airport had about 1,000 canceled flights.
Authorities in Arizona are investigating the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
What I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something.
Scott McFarland's been going through some of the latest Jeffrey Epstein documents.
The people whose names have surfaced so far have said in statements that they had no association with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. They have no association with Jeffrey Epstein's victims, but they're still communicating with Jeffrey Epstein.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
An alleged Stamford drug dealer is facing nearly a decade in prison for various drug crimes. 49-year-old Samuel Ellie was arrested more than a year ago after police raided his home. During that raid, officers found fentanyl, crack cocaine, powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and ammunition. Ellie, who has a prior criminal record, pleaded guilty to the charges against him and is awaiting sentencing. 5 adults and a baby are displaced after a multi-family home fire in Bridgeport Sunday. Crews responded to the home in the 1000 block of Howard Avenue around 3 o'clock Sunday. Upon arrival, heavy smoke was seen coming from the home. No injuries were reported, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. A fire is to blame for destroying a home in Ansonia. Firefighters were called to a burning home along 5th Street on Saturday afternoon. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Coyote mating season is underway in Connecticut. This has wildlife experts warning residents to protect their pets and themselves, as coyotes can become aggressive and territorial during this time of year. It's recommended to watch your pets carefully when outside and not to leave cats outside, especially at night. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Department of Energy and Environmental Protection biologist Greg Krukar about what to do if you encounter one of these animals.
Blowing a whistle, blowing an air horn, banging pots and pans, clapping, yelling. And if that doesn't work, you can bump it up to physical hazing, physical cues. So you could try throwing objects at them like golf balls.
Last month, a woman was bitten by a coyote in Fairfield County, and a dog was severely injured by a coyote in Wallingford. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz was scheduled to meet with public safety officials today at a news conference in East Hartford to highlight Connecticut's continuing decline in violent crime in 2025 and statewide efforts to improve public safety. State leaders also addressed a recent surge in fraud, including identity theft, and outline efforts to educate the public and coordinate with law enforcement. Many of these fraud cases concern the upcoming Super Bowl this Sunday, and the Better Business Bureau is urging those looking for tickets to only go through certified retailers.
Don't click on a link on Craigslist or on social media.
Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says the Hyoxium fuel cells at Charter Oak Combined Heating and Power Project is a great development for the city and the region, but it could be a little easier on the eyes. In fact, the mayor called the $100 million clean energy project along I-95 an, quote, absolute monstrosity over the weekend. It's been dubbed one of the most innovative renewable energy projects in the country that will provide electricity for thousands of households on the South End, among other notable perks. Still, the 3.5-story fuel cell installation stands out like a sore thumb in Bridgeport as developers have agreed to make aesthetic improvements. Former Westport First Select woman Jen Tooker may have dropped out of the gubernatorial race, but now she is looking to become the state's chief financial officer. In a statement announcing her intention to run for state comptroller, Tooker said in part, quote, "For Connecticut families and businesses, every dollar matters right now. Daily expenses, energy costs, and property taxes, they all add up." Tooker, a Republican, will be going against incumbent state comptroller Sean Scanlon, a Democrat, who announced his re-election campaign last week.
As your comptroller, I've been doing comptroller things. I reformed our pension systems for the first time in decades and saved $1 billion in taxpayer dollars. But I'm most proud of the work we've been doing to solve problems for everyday families.
Tomorrow is Election Day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. And the UConn men's basketball team is celebrating a win on the road. Silas DeMary Jr. scored 15 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 85-58 on Saturday in Omaha. UConn improves to 21-1 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, a crash approaching exit 32. Left lane is out. 95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. And again, exit 26 through 29. And further ahead, exit 43 into 44, taking out 2 lanes. On the Parkway northbound roadwork into exit 33, right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction. Exits 51 down to exit 42 A and B. 91 north and southbound roadwork between exits 2 and 7. 84 eastbound, you have at exit 2 out to exit 5. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So I got a text message here, and we're talking about we're talking about legislators who now say in the short session of the General Assembly that's coming up, we have legislators saying, well, we're going to have eviction reform. And they say, well, no, it's not fair in a lot of cases for a landlord to simply say, well, I'm not renewing your lease and I don't have to tell you why. Now, I did get a text message here from someone, but the text message proves my point. Hi, Paul, you're green in eviction law. Well, yeah, I am, but I ain't green in politics. It's already against the law to evict or fail to renew the lease of a whistleblower or a complainer tenant. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's why this reeks of being something to appeal to the left-leaning voters in Connecticut. This nice person says, quote, tenants filing housing complaints are shielded from retaliation by landlords via rent hike or eviction or cessation of services for non-payment. Well, yeah. Legally coached renters time their complaints to always be in the legal window of non-eviction status. Exactly, and that's my point. There are already laws about this, but this is the progressive end. This is what legislators in Hartford choose to concentrate on without concentrating on stuff that people are screaming about. Largely, as this texter, this person points out, there are already protections here. So why do we need a new law? Well, because it's an election year. And more precisely, it's because they saw what happened in New York City. The person that texted me on this is exactly right. We have anti-discrimination laws. We have whistleblower laws. That person is correct. But again, the Democratic Party and the governor put his toe in the water in this the other day. Well, he said, well, rental caps for out-of-state landlords. Why? Because he saw what happened in New York City. When you had a guy like Zoran Mamdani, who never held a real job in his life, talk about rent and affordability, and rent and affordability, and rent and affordability. And now, listen, I don't blame him. It worked in New York freaking City. Of course it's going to work to some angle here in Connecticut. So to this person, thank you for the text message. But yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And what I'm talking about, if you just joined us here, the Democrats are saying in a short session, which runs for about 3 months, it starts day after tomorrow, one thing they are going to look at is eviction reform. They don't like the fact that under most cases, even with whistleblowers laws and protection laws, with most cases, there are already protections for people who don't get their leases renewed. So here's the question, and I'll open the phones up to this too, or you can text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's pretty simple. Democrats in Hartford might present a bill mandating that Connecticut landlords give a reason when evicting a tenant. Do you agree or not? Should a landlord have to give a specific reason if that landlord in good faith says, you know what, maybe I want to rent to my in-laws, or maybe I want to rent to my son, or maybe I want to double the rent here and I know these people can't pay. In other words, whatever the motivations are, unless they're racist, we have laws against that. Racist, sexist, homophobic, and all that, fine. But if a landlord simply wants to do an eviction by not renewing the lease, which happens all the time, should the state of Connecticut mandate that they have to put a reason down? Really? Why? Well, we know why. Because again, the modern progressives are seeing now, especially in New York, that if you have a problem raising taxes and you can't, what you do is you go after property.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, a crash approaching exit 32. Left lane is out. 95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. And again, exit 26 through 29. And further ahead, exit 43 into 44, taking out 2 lanes. On the Parkway northbound roadwork into exit 33, right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction. Exits 51 down into exit 42 A and B. 91 north and southbound roadwork between exits 2 and 7. 84 eastbound, you have at exit 2 out to exit 5. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
So the short session of the General Assembly starts day after tomorrow on Wednesday the 4th of February. And according to this story by Ginny Monk, who's a pretty good reporter, we read her stuff a lot on the air in the Connecticut Mirror. Apparently now the majority in Hartford, instead of going after tax reform, instead of trying to do something on slowing down electric rates, instead of doing something on untangling the business web here in the state, no, we're going to go after landlords. And they've tried this over and over again. So they're going to, it says here, at least the intention is now, to concentrate on what are called no-fault evictions. Lawmakers have debated in the past wording that would change the state's eviction law for tenants who live in larger apartment complexes and largely end no-fault evictions, also known as lapse of time evictions, which, occur at the end of a lease. How often have we heard from friends of ours or relatives, hey, how you doing? Well, I got to find a new place to live. Well, why is that? Well, my landlord said he or she is not renewing my lease. Okay, what did he or she say? Well, they didn't tell me anything. They're just... So now this law, a proposed law change, and this is what the issue is here, a proposed law change would mandate, I guess they would put a list of reasons out there, I don't know, would mandate that a landlord say why he or she, or maybe collectively they, are not renewing your lease. Now, the question is, should a property owner who has kept up his or her end of the bargain, has collected a reasonable rent, has been good in fixing problems, washer, dryer, the sink, the plumbing, the electric, everything works in the apartment. So everything seems to be kosher here. Everything seems to be okay. And then the landlord says, sorry, man, I'm going to move in a different direction on the building or the units or whatever. Usually it's to raise the rent. And a lot of people say, well, he's raising the rent and I can't afford it. Well, it's the way life is. Life sucks sometimes. See, this is going to be, what this is. And understand something here. And by the way, if you're a landlord who's done this before, if you're a tenant who's been caught on this, and you want to chat about it, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. See, now there are already protections for no-fault evictions for seniors and people with disabilities. Do we need other protections? I don't know. But here's the question I have, and I want you to think about this. Is this kind of a roundabout way or a backdoor way to get rent caps or rent hike caps when that language, if you use that language to say, well, we want to put caps on rent increases, nobody's going to want to do that. Renters say these types of evictions, the no-fault evictions, are often used as retaliation against tenants who unionize or complain about living conditions. Well, wait a minute. If the living conditions are bad, does the tenant not have a recourse? I have people mailing me, texting me, saying, yeah, they already do. Protections against no-fault evictions already exist for senior citizens and people with disabilities. Okay. Luke Melanakos of the Connecticut Tenants Union said what it's going to come down to is whether leadership in the House feels the pressure, feels the desire to put the time aside to make it happen with a short session. Representative Felipe of Bridgeport and Housing Committee co-chair Senator Marks of New London, said the bill is one of the priorities this session. See, that's a priority for Democrats. Lowering taxes never is. Cutting electricity rates never is. Cutting red tape for businesses, that never is. Cutting nickel and dime fees for professionals in this state never is. Senator Marks said just cause eviction will always be high on my list. I think it's super important that we get that passed. Oh, Senator, it's not super important that you pass anything to do with electricity or utility rates in the state, because your party does nothing. At a press briefing Wednesday, members of the Connecticut Apartment Association last week said they will support a bill to build more housing and create a statewide landlord registry to ensure accountability. They said the registry would make it easier to contact problem landlords. Quote, the easiest thing is to say we're at the end of the lease. We made a commitment to lease to you for a year. That commitment does not have to continue. Well, yeah, it doesn't. It sucks when it doesn't. I'm sure people don't like when it doesn't, even if they say the landlord's been good, I've been good. But he or she owns the property. Who is the listen, here's my question. If legally the landlord is not at fault, and if legally the tenant isn't at fault, the tenant's paid his or her or their rent on time, they've kept up the apartment, a couple of stains on the rugs, but no water leakage, no fires or anything, and a couple of minor things happen with the heating system or whatever, the cooling system, and they call the landlord, and boom, within 2 days, hey, he was great. The HVAC guy came over, he fixed it in half an hour, it was fine. But maybe that's all kumbaya until the end of the lease. Whether people want to understand it or not, renting and leasing is now I'm sure there are renters who've had the same landlords for years. That was the fact in my family 20, 30, 40 years ago and vice versa. But it's a business decision. It's a business decision. Our pal Rob Sampson, Republican Wolcott, ranking member on the Housing Committee, said, quote, that legislation ultimately denies the right of the property owner to use their property the way they want to. He's right. It's 100% right. We already have protections there. But again, this is purely political because the progressive left now sees, hey, for a lot of people who aren't homeowners, Their rent is their biggest item here. And they say, look at Zohran Mamdani in Milford. And I'm sorry, got a call from Milford coming up. In New York City. Guy's never had a real job. He's a backbencher in the New York State Assembly, and he's mayor now. And I'm sure you have people in Hartford going, hey, look at this. Let's keep talking about the rent and the affordability. Listen, if you have a bad landlord, then there should be every legal recourse to get that landlord in court and get some recompense. Likewise for a tenant, but you don't play with people's property rights. But again, like I said, when the majority doesn't want to do anything on anybody else's behalf, this is what you get. George in Milford's here. George, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Yes, well, I tell you, it sounds like a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
If a landlord has a good tenant and the tenant's there and he's a 1 year or 2 years, whatever it is, about 60 days before his lease is up, he says to the landlord, I found another place and I'm going to be moving. I'm giving you a 30 or whatever the lease calls days notice.
Mm-hmm.
And he moves out.
Yeah.
Okay, now the landlord, 60 days before the lease is up, he wants to move his son in there or he wants to have the place to fix it up, maybe so he could get more rent or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So 60 days before it's up, he says to the fellow, thank you very much. You've been a good tenant. I'd like to have the place back in 60 days.
Sure.
Well, if it went one way before, why all of a sudden now, because he's a landlord, he can't just move him out. But if he wants to move out, he could do whatever he wants as long as he gives a 60-day notice.
That is a great question, George. And yeah, that's presently the way it is. Both sides say, hey, I'm either going to renew you here, or the other side says, hey, I'm moving, I'm going to somewhere else. That's kind of always the way it's been, George. I guess this is just a push to appeal to certain voters. I guess that's what this is.
Well, I think it's just another law that's going to confuse more people, put it on the books, and give it to a lawyer, and each lawyer will have his own opinion, and some poor SOB landlord will pay for an opinion, and some tenant will pay for an opinion, think he's going to stay there. At the end of the day, the lawyer winds up with $500 an hour, and the tenant trying to figure out, what am I doing here?
George, thank you, and I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit more. Thank you, George. Appreciate that, because I did have that jotted down here as one point here. Now, this law is only in the conception stage here. So what is, and George, thank you, because you hit right on this, how is a reason going to be interpreted by a lawyer? That's a key here, too. George, thanks. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, a crash approaching exit 32. Left lane is out. 95 northbound roadwork, exits 4 and 5. And again, exit 26 through 29. And further ahead, exit 43 into 44, taking out 2 lanes. On the Parkway northbound roadwork into exit 33, right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction. Exits 51 down to exit 42 A and B. 91 north and southbound roadwork between exits 2 and 7. 84 eastbound, you have at exit 2 out to exit 5. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at 8iqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Hi, I'm Will, and I created IQBar to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, ultra-low sugar brain and body fuel. Our IQBar plant protein bars help you refuel smarter. Our IQ Mix Zero Sugar Hydration Mixes help you hydrate harder. And our IQ Joe Instant Mushroom Coffees help you caffeinate larger. All 3 product lines boost physical performance, but they also boost mental performance via nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane. Right now, you can try our epic IQBar Ultimate Sampler Pack with 9 protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 coffee sticks. Win your day with clean ingredients, amazing taste, and superior brain and body nutrition. Try IQBar today.
Get 20% off all IQBar products plus free shipping when you text IQBar to 64,000. Text IQBar to 64,000 to get this exclusive radio offer. That's IQBar to 64,000.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The 84-year-old mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie is missing. In Pima County, Arizona, where Nancy Guthrie lives, Sheriff Chris Nano says,
We saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
Nano says Nancy Guthrie was last seen at her home on Saturday night, has limited mobility, and is medication dependent, but it's not a dementia-related disappearance. CBS's Anna Schechter says of the search.
Even Border Patrol canine units have been out searching in the Arizona arid desert that is really hostile environment, especially for somebody with health complications.
People who don't usually see much winter weather are digging it out from a record-setting snowstorm.
It's one for the history books. A strong coastal storm dumped as much as 18 inches of snow in areas of central North Carolina. More than a foot of snow fell on the North Carolina beaches. Wynn lives in Wilmington.
It's area next to the beach, so it's pretty rare that we actually see snow, and especially this much snow.
Monday morning saw the coldest temperatures in many places in the southeast, including Florida, in 30 years. Jim Crisula, CBS News, Greensboro, North Carolina.
The Hennepin County, Minnesota medical examiner has ruled Alex Preddy's official manner of death was a homicide, and that the 37-year-old nurse's Minneapolis cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds after being shot by law enforcement officers. 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father, Adrian Arias, have returned to Minnesota after being released from ICE custody in Texas over the weekend on a judge's order. The two were detained in suburban Minneapolis on January 20th. The government said the father entered the U.S. illegally from Ecuador in 2024. But the family's lawyer says the man has an asylum claim pending that lets him remain in the U.S. The 5-year-old was not in school today. CBS's Omar Villafranca explains why.
Early this morning, we saw alerts that school had been canceled. Come to find out, there was a bomb threat. It came early in the morning, and they couldn't sweep all the schools for security to double check everything. They felt there was a credible threat, and they're expecting school to be back on tomorrow.
President Trump says he plans to lower tariffs on goods from India to 18% from 25%. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains why.
In a post on Truth Social, the president claimed Modi agreed to stop buying Russian oil and to buy much more from the United States and potentially Venezuela. He says this will help end the war in Ukraine. Both countries agreed to lower tariffs, and in return, Modi committed to buy American at a much higher level.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-990-3434. That's 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
Tomorrow is Election Day in Fairfield as the special election for first select person concludes. Hearing there from incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, who are both vying for the seat, as well as Matthew Halleck. That took place at a recent open forum in which Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town. The polls are scheduled to be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. 5 adults and a baby are displaced after a multifamily home fire in Bridgeport Sunday. Crews responded to the home in the 1000 block of Howard Avenue around 3 o'clock Sunday. Upon arrival, heavy smoke was seen coming from the home. No injuries were reported, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. A fire is to blame for destroying a home in Ansonia. Firefighters were called to a burning home along 5th Street on Saturday afternoon. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. And Connecticut is ranked 34th in a national survey of states for retiree friendliness. The financial website WalletHub.com reviewed multiple factors in the areas of affordability, quality of life, and health care. Wyoming was ranked as the best state for retirement. Kentucky was ranked the worst. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 14 and 13 in the right lane. Northbound side, slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf, and on the Merritt Parkway northbound, some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier issues that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So are Connecticut Democrats looking at what happened a few miles down the road in New York City? Is the key the rent here? Because, again, we saw Zohran Mamdani pretty much get elected mayor, the world's #1 city, having little background of ever done anything to any import, but he said, hey, I'll keep the rent down, which technically he can't. All the stuff he talked about with rent control and taxes, very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. And it got him elected, though. Listen, kudos to him. It was a one-word campaign. It was affordability, and that's how he won. And so last week, we hear Governor Ned Lamont floating something. It was at some housing forum, whatever, with progressive voters saying, hey, maybe I want to cap rent hikes for out-of-state landlords on Connecticut properties. Now, notice he didn't say in-state landlords, because a lot of those landlords are Democrats or independents who vote Democrats. So the governor trying to play both rails of the same track here. And now this. Page 2, as the great Paul Harvey used to say, eviction reform. Are you ready for this? We're going to get eviction reform in the upcoming special session of the legislature, which starts all again on Wednesday and probably goes definitely goes for about 11 or 12 weeks, 3 months. Renters say no-fault evictions are often misused as retaliation against tenants. Landlords say, hey, it helps them remove problem tenants. Now, we've all had situations in our lives or those in our families who are renting. Right? Hey, how's your apartment? Well, I got to find a new place to live. Why is that? What's wrong with the landlord? Well, everything was fine, but now they say they're not gonna renew my lease. Okay. So I guess in Connecticut, you don't have to give, assuming everything is fine. You know, you're not cooking crystal meth in the kitchen of your rental unit. You keep it relatively clean, no fires, no overflowing tubs, whatever. So there's nothing the landlord can pin on you. Likewise, you say, hey, the landlords, it's an older couple. They're okay. They're cool people. They never bother me. They ask me if how I'm doing okay, whatever. So a lot of times this is okay. But you do have a situation, right, where sometimes capitalism being what it is, a landlord will say, hey, yeah, I'm getting that much rent from him or her, and they're nice, and he's still in school or she's still in school or whatever, but man, I could make another $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 a year if I just don't renew his or her or their lease and I rent to him or her or them. Yeah, it sucks. And now the General Assembly is thinking of having you say something. Previous, you could have a no-fault eviction. Hey, I just want to rent to somebody else. Now, you may say, Paul, well, how could this be bad? And this leads into what our previous caller said, gentleman from Milford. And what did he say? Well, you get lawyers involved at $400 or $500 an hour. Look what happens. And maybe that's the key here. So in other words, if this law were to pass, would it come with, and again, this is just conceptually, but let's think about this for a while. Would it then come with a list of reasons that are okay? In other words, if a landlord was then in Connecticut required by law to give a reason, assuming there was no aggravating factor here, the tenant was not a drug runner, the tenant was not building bombs in your unit, the tenant was not living in squalor in the unit. Let's say everything was okay, and the tenant was not a senior, the tenant did not have a viable disability to protect them and their place of living. Well, then don't you think? And this is nothing against lawyers; we all need them from time to time. But the bottom line is, don't we have a notion here where even if the landlord wanted to go with a tenant that could pay more money, would the landlord then be able to be sued by the tenant that already has the unit, right? Well, he or she or they, the family or he or she or the rental company, they're discriminating against me on the basis of economics. See, this is what this is all about. This is what progressives sometimes do when they get frustrated, they can't get what they want. They go after your property. If they can't get a hold of your bank account, they can't get a hold of anything else, they will say, well, okay, what are the two biggest assets that most people have outside of property assets, outside of jewels and outside of cars and whatever? They go after the way that progressives tap into wealth is either through your home, your estate, your home, or your business. Now, getting rid of no-fault evictions is according to and I'm not making any of this up. This is in the Connecticut Mirror here. You could read it for yourself. Along with rent increase caps or rent caps, and along with no-fault evictions or getting rid of them, we have now, you ready for this? Accessory dwelling units. You know what those are, right? Mother-in-law apartment, whatever. And usually there are cities and towns that regulate those strictly. You know, can they be attached to the house? If they're attached to the house, there's a limit in square footage, entrances and exits, number of vehicles in the driveway, or are they, as a friend of mine used to live in one, which is very nice, he told me at the time, are these accessory units detached from the house? You've seen these, not too often, but maybe a small little studio unit or a one-bedroom, maybe built further back away from the street, and it's a good rental income. Well, guess what? They're coming after those as well. Yes, They're coming after your city or town, and they may force your city or town to build little apartments in everybody's backyard. You think I'm crazy, huh? No, I'm not. Listen up. We'll talk about that coming up straight ahead.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Insurance companies and their cute mascots. They spend a lot of money to convince you they're your friend. But when there's an accident, they want you to go away for as little money as possible. If you're hurt, you should get what you deserve. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We don't battle them with just one lawyer. Every one of our clients is supported by a team, attorneys, investigators, medical specialists, and more. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo.
Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Light Financial's Taxes and Retirement event February 10th and 12th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Light Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 14 and 13 in the right lane. Northbound side, a slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf, and on the Merritt Parkway northbound, some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier issues that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
Proud to be the voice of Connecticut for the last 100 years. WICC 695.9.
Great to have you with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our question of the day, Facebook.com/. /Voice of CT, Hartford Democrats might present a bill mandating that Connecticut landlords give a reason for a no-fault eviction. Do you approve? Now, again, a no-fault eviction is just a, hey, I like you, you like me, we're a big family, but I'm not renewing your lease. It's not that I have anything against you. I just, I don't want to rent to you anymore. And now, again, obviously, if that is based in bigotry, sexism, religious prejudice, gender prejudice, those are already outlawed, are they not? But again, this bill is the supporters say, or when this bill is introduced, probably will be, because leaders are saying it will. This is part of the playbook of what worked in New York. Now, it's not only no-fault evictions, an eviction being, not necessarily kicking or saying that there's no way I'm going to renew to you because of what you did. It's just like, I don't want to renew. Well, whatever. I maybe I can get twice as much. Listen, if somebody can get twice as much money for a property in their neighborhood that all the other people are getting, do they have to give a reason? And if you made them give that reason, well, sir, why aren't you renewing to Mr. Jones here? He's been a fine tenant here, no complaints. No, I know there's no complaints, but I can make, instead of $1,500 a month, my unit's now worth almost $3,000 a month. So can I just do that? Now, you may say, well, what's the problem with saying that? This guy will get sued. He's going to get sued on, economic discrimination, racial discrimination, all this garbage. So it's not only that may be considered. How about what are technically known as accessory dwelling units? Now, listen to this. Now, you may have one attached to your house. Maybe there's a separate unit outside. What do they call these? Mother-in-law quarters? It's never father-in-law. It's mother-in-law quarters, whatever. The co-chair of the General Assembly's Planning and Development Committee, Representative Eleni Kavros de Graw of Avon, there you go, said she's also interested in looking at ways to make it easier to build and use accessory dwelling units in Connecticut. Hey, let's put a mother-in-law's apartment on every house in the community. I'm not saying that, but, there's a reason people's homes have a certain value because of where they are. Accessory dwelling units are secondary homes built on the property of a single-family home. We've all seen that. They can include garage apartments, smaller homes in the yard, or apartments built onto an existing home. Now, back in 2021, which was, a mere 5 years ago, in the middle of COVID, lawmakers passed a law that sets requirements for towns to allow these dwelling units unless towns opted out. Oh, boy. You opted out, you're racist. Some towns have requirements for the size or the type of dwelling that makes it hard to build. Yes, because a lot of towns don't want two dwellings on a lot zoned for one. Others require that the owner live in the main property, or that the dwelling units can be rented to a blood relative, only can be rented to the blood relative of a property owner. Yes. Again, of course. Pete Harrison, Connecticut director of the Regional Planning Association Pro Homes Connecticut, which was formerly known as Desegregate Connecticut. They changed their name. I wonder why. Desegregate Connecticut is now Pro Homes. Yes. Like I say, it's the same thing when a strip joint becomes a gentleman's club. The name change, he says, is meant to better reflect the breadth of what the organization does. No. Stop that. The breadth of what the organization does. No. You changed it because desegregate Connecticut. The inference there, Einstein, is that anybody who disagreed with us is racist. Better reflect the breadth of what the organization does. Come on, stop. We're not that dumb. Jeez. Anthony in Shelton. Anthony, how are you?
Good, Paul. How are you?
I'm good.
I think that a couple things. One is that less is more. Less government works out better for everybody.
Yep.
We know that.
Mm-hmm.
You can even, if you go back to the telephone situation, government got involved, and our phone bills are $150 a month.
That's right. Hey, I'm here from the government, Anthony. I'm here to help. Just trust me. I'm here to help.
And then as far as the rentals go, they should keep their hands out of it. But I know why they're in it. The lawyers write. The lawyers are up in Hartford. They write the laws.
Yeah.
A lot of legislators are lawyers. They go along with it so they can promote their own business.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scam anyway, which way you look at it. If I have a tenant or anybody has a tenant that is not performing, not paying, whatever, they should be let out. Now, if the judges were smart, they'd say you have 2 weeks to get out. Then you'd see people decide that we'll pay our rent right away. Years ago, you paid your rent. Yankees paid the rent every month.
Yeah.
So that if the person didn't every week, if they didn't pay, they say, okay, you're going out.
Yeah.
Put their stuff on the curb. You see how fast they find the money that they needed to pay the rent.
Yeah.
But in this situation, 3 or 4 months you have to pay. You have to hire an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
The hours, the time, the court time is phenomenal.
And, I know.
It's a scam no matter which way you look at it.
I know. And Anthony, thank you so much, Anthony. I appreciate it. And again, anything that's done in Hartford, it's going to get the lawyers, and nothing against our friends who are lawyers. But having said that, if this law says, okay, you have to state a reason why you want to do this no-fault eviction, trust me, you get an attorney in there or a tenant's advocate, they will lawyer the tenant to death.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 14 and 13 in the right lane. Northbound side, a slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf, and on the Merritt Parkway northbound, some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier issues that have been cleared. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800 1-800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The official manner of death for Minneapolis nurse Alex Preddy is ruled a homicide by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner. The report lists the cause as multiple gunshot wounds and that Preddy was shot by law enforcement officers. Democrats are demanding Immigration Enforcement Agency reforms. It's playing out in the U.S. House funding fight as the Rules Committee will consider a revised funding package. CBS's Nicole Killian.
Some agencies are funded, some agencies are not. But Speaker Mike Johnson indicated probably the earliest we may see a vote would be Tuesday.
In Pima County, Arizona, investigators believe the disappearance of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's mother is the result of a crime. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie has limited mobility and is on medication. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow is the election day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. A norovirus outbreak is being reported at Quinnipiac University in Hamden. The sickness was reportedly confined to students living in the Ledges Residence Hall last week. The university sent an email to the campus warning students, faculty, and staff to take precautions. The university's medical director wrote directly to students living in the Ledges Hall, advising them on symptoms, prevention, and when they should seek medical attention. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz was scheduled to meet with public safety officials today at a news conference in East Hartford to highlight Connecticut's continuing decline in violent crime in 2025 and statewide efforts to improve public safety. State leaders also addressed a recent surge in fraud, including identity theft, and outlined efforts to educate the public and coordinate with law enforcement. Many of these fraud cases concern the upcoming Super Bowl this Sunday, and the Better Business Bureau is urging those looking for tickets to only go through certified retailers.
Don't click on a link on Craigslist or on social media.
An alleged Stanford drug dealer is facing nearly a decade in prison for various drug crimes. 49-year-old Samuel Ellie was arrested more than a year ago after police raided his home. During that raid, officers found fentanyl, crack cocaine, powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and ammunition. Ellie, who has a prior criminal record, pleaded guilty to the charges against him and is awaiting sentencing. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says the Hyoxium fuel cells at Charter Oak Combined Heating and Power Project is a great development for the city and the region, but it could be a little easier on the eyes. In fact, the mayor called the $100 million clean energy project along I-95 an, quote, absolute monstrosity over the weekend. It's been dubbed one of the most innovative renewable energy projects in the country that will provide electricity for thousands of households on the south end, among other notable perks. Still, developers have agreed to make aesthetic improvements. Police in Bridgeport are ruling the death of a man found inside an East Side home, quote, suspicious. Officers responded to a call Saturday afternoon on Brooks Street near Boston Avenue. The area was closed off for hours during the investigation. An official cause of death has not been released. Coyote mating season is underway in Connecticut. This has wildlife experts warning residents to protect their pets and themselves, as coyotes can become aggressive and territorial during this time of the year. It's recommended to watch your pets carefully when outside and not to leave cats outside, especially at night. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Department of Energy and Environmental Protection biologist Greg Krukar about what to do if you encounter one of the animals.
Blowing a whistle, blowing an air horn, banging pots and pans, clapping, yelling. And if that doesn't work, you can bump it up to physical hazing, physical cues. So you could try throwing objects at them like golf balls.
Last month, a woman was bitten by a coyote in Fairfield County, and a dog was severely injured by a coyote in Wallingford. Former Westport First Select woman Jen Tooker may have dropped out of the gubernatorial race, but she is now looking to become the state's chief financial officer. In a statement announcing her intention to run for state comptroller, Tooker said in part property taxes, energy costs, and daily expenses all add up. Tooker, who is a Republican, will be going against incumbent state comptroller Sean Scanlon, a Democrat who announced his re-election campaign last week.
As your comptroller, I've been doing comptroller things. I reformed our pension systems for the first time in decades and saved $1 billion in taxpayer dollars. But I'm most proud of the work we've been doing to solve problems for everyday families.
And the UConn men's basketball team is celebrating a win on the road. Silas DeMary Jr. scored 15 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 85-58 on Saturday in Omaha. UConn improves to 21-1 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Has things backing up into Westport. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. On the Parkway northbound, lots of overflow traffic through New Canaan into Norwalk. Folks avoiding the problem on 95. And on 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving going through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, some extra cars going through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back with you, and we'll get back to open phones and all that, and open text messages pretty soon at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Going to welcome back a guest that we talk to around every time this year. It's for a very, very serious situation that sadly, even here in Connecticut, tends to still be in the news way too much, if at all. We're talking about human trafficking. And joining us right now, we welcome back Quinnipiac University, the Associate Professor of Law, Professor Sheila Hare joins us. Hey, Professor, it's Paul again. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, great. Thanks so much for having me again, Paul. We really appreciate the attention you bring to this issue.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Now, first of all, National Human Trafficking Awareness Week. I know there are things coming up, in about 2 weeks at the school. So before we get into the state of what's going on right now with that, Professor, outline what's coming up at Quinnipiac.
Well, we have a slate of really exciting events almost all week, starting the week of February 16th. So on the 17th in particular, which is a Tuesday of February, we have a public health researcher with trafficking expertise to talk about sextortion as a public health crisis. And he's going to talk about basically how our youth and how most people are unaware of the extent to which youth online are targeted, groomed, and coerced and end up in these situations. I think in the news, we've seen a lot of reports of boys especially who've been targeted and end up, committing suicide or doing significant harm to themselves because they've been caught up in a sextortion ring.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing that he's going to mention that I think most of us do not think about, we always like to bust the myth, is that I think normally when I think about sextortion, I think probably targets are often young girls, but in fact, we see a lot directed towards boys where I think the shame and the embarrassment can really lead to some concerning results. and the failure to sort of come forward and admit what's going on before it's too late.
Maybe I am shocked, Professor, but maybe I'm not. Of course, with the proliferation that we have, as you mentioned, of social media. But there's people argue this all the time. Well, we wouldn't have a drug problem if people weren't on drugs. And that's not victim shaming, but it is what it is. I am just constantly appalled, aghast, and outright angry, not only at the trafficking that goes on, but the fact that there's I don't know what word to use, an appetite for this, a market for this. I mean, the more I think about this, and I would imagine you agree with me here, the more vile this becomes. I mean, the people who would delve into this, to me, are the lowest of the low here. Legally, I mean, how is this available? How is this available, and how is this allowed to go on to the extent it does? Do we know?
Well, it's interesting. I think to the extent that we're starting to recognize this, our laws have been pretty slow to catch up. Mm-hmm. And sorry for doing a quick segue, but I do think a lot of times it's because we do have folks who have been victimized, survivors, who are caught up in the system, but they're unidentified, and we can't use them to sort of think about what solutions can we offer. I think the other problem is the lens from which we look at this is, again, yes, bad trafficker, like how do we stop them? But at the same time, one of the things we want to emphasize is there are people who live in our neighborhoods, in our communities, who are like us, who can be targeted, and to sort of get the system to recognize the vulnerabilities and the fact that so many of us share these vulnerabilities and make us possibly targets. And so the second panel on Wednesday, the 18th in the evening, is talking about the need for criminal justice reform. And instead of looking at, targeting traffickers, I think one of the things that can help us address this issue is to help victims feel like their situations are being heard. So the idea is to look at sentencing reform for people who have been victimized by traffickers, in DV situations, sexual assault, stalking, and to think about to what extent is the criminal justice system acknowledging that and considering that as we sentence victims who may have committed crimes because the traffickers engaged, for example, in force, fraud, or coercion. And I think moving that lens a little bit further backwards helps us identify sort of the true victims from the perpetrators. And I think in the end will help the criminal justice system better go after the bad guys because victims are suddenly able to be seen and heard and participate in the process in a more meaningful way.
Yeah, and Professor, you see, for example, what happened late Friday with that document dumped by the DOJ, and now everybody's talking once again about the Epstein files here and about a guy who's not too far from here, Steve Tisch, co-owner of the New York Giants. Now, again, got to be careful here, innocent until proven guilty. There was some pretty tawdry emails. He hasn't been charged with anything to the point of criminality that we know of. But if you step back in this to what you said earlier, sentencing guidelines and things like that, I mean, and maybe you can explain this from a legal point of view, Professor, how was Jeffrey Epstein, for example, able to still be on the street after his 2008 conviction and with all the innuendo around him? I mean, people look at that and they say, well, geez, if we're going to do something about sex trafficking, God bless us. But how was that guy able to still, you hate to use the term here, but to conduct business to some extent?
Well, I really appreciate the question because I think you've set me up beautifully for a panel a presentation that we are presenting on Thursday the 19th, ripped from the headlines, Epstein, Combs, or Diddy, and Andrew Tate. And the idea is to have two prosecutors from the state of Connecticut, one who teaches here at Quinnipiac, one who graduated from Quinnipiac, come and talk about these cases and about the special challenges that such cases present. And, without giving away too many of the details, I think some of the things that they're going to talk about is what are the legal standards that make these cases hard to win. Yeah. And, what I see a lot in my work, because I work more with victims and less with prosecution, is how do you balance that desire to prosecute, right, with a system that also understands that there are going to be victims involved who need protections and who will be totally decimated by the media and maybe even by, the defense attorneys during the process of the trial. And how do you sort of balance that and get outcomes that make sense for everybody? And I think that is a tricky balancing situation. But I do think we see more and more prosecutors who are trauma informed. They understand the kind of risk that they're putting their victims in when they bring these cases against these folks, and to sort of educate the public and juries more about, I think the question we always get is, why didn't they leave? Why did they tolerate that so long? We see that coming over and over and over again. And I think the more you see these trafficking cases, you realize these victims are being sentenced for crimes they committed under coercion, force, fraud, or coercion, because they're terrified of coming forward. I see folks, 20 years later who are afraid to admit to their families that this ever happened. When we passed some of the sentencing reform, I passed it with one of my clients in mind. And ultimately she said, the shame and the embarrassment and just the trauma of bringing this all up again means that I don't want to move forward and clear my name. And, when it's all fresh and you're having to testify against the man who did God knows what to you. And sometimes, as we know with the Epstein case, there are absolutely women as part of this this enterprise. It's terrifying. So that's what that panel will talk about. And I think these prosecutors are really well positioned to enlighten us on some of the challenges that these cases present.
All right, folks, check all that out coming up the week of the 16th at Quinnipiac University and at the Law School, and Quinnipiac Associate Professor of Law, Professor Sheila Hare. Always good to have you on, Professor. Thank you. You have the number, so anytime, anywhere, if you need to come on the air, feel free. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, Paul.
All right, thanks. Professor of Law Sheila Hare talks about this month's observance of National Human Trafficking Awareness Week. We'll do more of that. Boy, did you? And I was talking to some people here at the station that didn't see this. We'll talk about the co-owner of the New York Giants coming up.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Has things backing up into Westport. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. On the Parkway northbound, lots of overflow traffic through New Canaan into Norwalk. Folks avoiding the problem on 95. And on 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving going through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound some extra cars going through Danbury. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's happening in Fairfield County, Paul's talking about it with you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our buddy, our pal, Terry Calgill from the Connecticut News Junkie and Substack.com. 4 o'clock hour, our friend, of course, Thane Rosenbaum from CBS News, going to be looking into the legal ramifications of Don Lemon's arrest. Oh, my God, they arrested Don Lemon. It's like they arrested Jesus Christ, Muhammad, Buddha, the last three popes. Oh, my God. Don Lemon got arrested. Good. Stay the blank out of a church, you idiot. Oh, my God. What does this say about America? Oh, my God. Don, stop, please. You're irrelevant, Don. You're irrelevant. Embrace it. Thanks once again. I'm looking. We have lost in society. You know, I like to say this. We have lost all sense of proportion here. Oh, my God. They arrested Don Lemon. Journalism is dead. Oh, shut up. My God. No, real good journalists don't just go waltzing into a freaking church. I have an idea, Don. Try that at a mosque somewhere. See how that works out for you. Seriously. Try it. See what happens. But I digress. We'll talk to Thane Rosenbaum about that within the half hour. Trust me. Thanks to Professor Sheila Hare, Quinnipiac University. Coming up in a couple of weeks, they do their annual Human Trafficking Awareness Week. I don't know whether you saw this, because it happened late Friday. Apparently, it happened in our last hour on Friday. We were on the air chatting with Chris Caruso and other stuff, and I didn't know what happened. And a lot of people didn't follow it because it was Friday night. You're out to dinner. You're at happy hour. You want to turn off, and over the weekend, you don't follow this. Did you see, speaking of the Jeffrey Epstein case, I guess they did a document dump on Friday. This is the last stuff they're going to, how many million more documents they released or photos or whatever. And by the way, and I'm not saying this to be a jerk or being pedantic, is there anything against Donald Trump here? I mean, you have people on the internet putting, saying Mr. Trump is, begins with a P, yeah, people. Well, we got Seth Moulton from Massachusetts insinuating that the president at one time had relations with kids. What are you, nuts? You say garbage like that? Now, if he did or if anybody did, prosecute them. So nothing like that was in the files on Friday. So I don't know what the anti-Trump people shift to now. Remember, it was his taxes. Remember, it was Stormy Daniels. It was this, that, and the other, I guess. Are there any more Epstein files? I don't know. But let me ask you this. Did you see who was mentioned in the Epstein files? Now, I'm going to be fair here. I'm going to legal reasons. There was nothing of sort to indicate at this point any criminality. I always believe in innocent till proven guilty. I'm sure there were thousands of people that knew Jeffrey Epstein on one level or another in his investment days or whatever. But did you see the chairman of the New York Football Giants? Did you see this? And some people here in the building at Connoisseur didn't because they were kind of just grooving for the weekend, not watching news. Steve Tisch, who I think owns, 45? He's not a majority owner. The Mara family still is. And then you have the Koch family. One of the Koch brothers or sisters owns 10% of the Giants. They may end up owning a lot more now. Ding, ding, ding. But Steve Tisch was, and you can go online and search for the emails. He was, there are emails between Steve Tisch and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, again, this whole thing, I still cannot wrap my arms around. I can't. The number of people that were associated with this guy, many of whom now, look, when you have to deny, and Steve Tisch is saying, well, I never went to the island, any women that we discussed were adults. Excuse me. When you have to say in a statement, well, the women we talked about were all adults. Whoa, what are you thinking? And I know people would say, well, maybe these people didn't know. You know, this guy was convicted and cut a plea deal in 2006 and 2008, and people still didn't know? Rich people are not, the rich and the powerful are not dumb. You may not like some of them, But what is it with this? And I know he was a big guru, I guess, at Bear Stearns or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Maybe that's how he made a lot of his contacts. But I've said this for the past 2 or 3 years. We've been talking about this, folks. This Jeffrey Epstein thing, there's still a big piece of this puzzle missing. It's just, I find this whole thing, well, number one, scary, but just odd. And the Steve Tisch, who was a mega film producer, who owns about half of one of the 2 or 3 Hallmark pro sports franchises in the U.S., he's asking somebody, and this is proven. You can download and read the emails. He's using language about some women that you look at and you say, what? I know there's no inferred criminality, and I know what people would say, well, men talk like, say, okay, whatever. But all these people you see, who's ever on this list, I guess there really is no list. I don't know. But my God, if you get a chance, and I'm not saying this out of any macabre fascination here, but read some of these emails, and you say to yourself, you walk away saying, one of two things. Are these people really that dumb? Or are they really that sleazy? Or combination thereof? Before news, Rich in Norwalk. Rich, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, this Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, let's say, Guma, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? ¿Cómo está? You got about a minute and a half.
Benny.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get something straightened out here.
Yeah.
I'm living in this scummy town of Norwalk in the state of Connecticut with all the scummy Democrats. Now, what I had a suggestion was, why don't we defund the government, from the governor to the mayor, all over, even in the Congress, the Senate, all of them. Why don't we defund them? They want to defund the police. Hey, don't laugh. I'm serious.
Abolish.
I want to get some people together and do this.
Abolish ICE. Well, here's the thing. And
I don't want to abolish ICE.
No. I don't understand. But, Rich, here's the thing. It's not the money that's the problem. It's the voters, Rich. They don't.
I know. These are all lowlifes in this, like in Norwalk. It's a blue state.
Yeah.
You got Washington, D.C. You know what that stands for?
Easy.
Democrat crumbs.
Rich, I got to go, my friend. But thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. Listen. To Rich and everybody else out there. Yeah, money's the big part, but here's the thing, guys. And, Rich, thank you once again. Here's the problem on both sides of the aisle. People recognize a name. And if that name on either side of the aisle has been in here's what happens. People see a name. Oh, they're running again. Oh, okay. And then here's what they do. They say, well, how's my life? How's my town? How's my city? Yeah, the taxes are a little high, but what the heck? Does the garbage get picked up? Yeah. Do the police and fire come if I call them? Yeah. Do the streets get plowed? Yeah. And for a lot of folks, Rich, that's all they care about.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Has things backing up into Westport. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. On the Parkway northbound, lots of overflow traffic through New Canaan into Norwalk. Folks avoiding the problem on 95. And on 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving going through Long Wharf and 84 eastbound. Some extra cars going through Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know that Apple started in a garage? Google started in a garage. So did Amazon and Hewlett-Packard. At the next rodeo, we have nothing against garages, but this is for those burgeoning businesses that started in backyards. Bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, home offices, and also garages. Small businesses with smaller beginnings that were looked down on. Tucked down, too, but had the smarts to survive and the grit to grow. And now they're ready for the next chapter, the next level. Now they're ready for the next rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a creative partner that brings world-class thinking to companies who know where they're going, no matter where they came from. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
You know, folks, I read some of these Steve Tisch emails, and again, there's no imposition of, implying criminality here, but you know, again, you read this stuff, and the fact, that somebody thinks like this, even if it's about quote-unquote adults, why would you put this stuff in an email? Why?
WICC Bridgeport, Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper in Buxton, North Carolina. The Atlantic Ocean swallowed a beach home, part of a winter storm that is blamed for at least 3 deaths, as much as 18 inches of snow in areas of central North Carolina, power outages and school closures in Memphis and Nashville. CBS's Jim Krasula reports on lingering misery in the mid and deep South.
Tens of thousands in Mississippi and Tennessee remain without power and heat more than a week after a deadly, crippling ice storm. Many, including this 82-year-old woman, have been told it could be another week without electricity.
Another week is a hard pill to swallow.
There are now at least 100 confirmed deaths from the winter storm that impacted 35 states last weekend. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
The president urges lawmakers to end the partial government shutdown. CBS's Stacey Lynn at the White House.
President Trump is urging House Republicans and Democrats to pass the legislation stat, and he says he'll sign it into law immediately. He says he's working hard on the deal with Speaker Johnson, posting on Truth Social, there can be no changes at this time, and says, quote, we'll work together in good faith to address the issues that have been raised. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Nancy Guthrie's home is a crime scene, and the FBI is helping in the search for her. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says of the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, who was last seen at her home on Saturday night.
We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate she did not leave on her own. We know that.
Sheriff Nano says Nancy Guthrie cannot have gone far from her house on her own because she has limited mobility. The border crossing between Gaza and Egypt has reopened for the movement of residents in both directions. Reporter Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
Egyptian officials said that only those who need medical treatment will be allowed to cross from Gaza into Egypt. Israeli officials said they will need to approve the names of anyone leaving or entering Gaza, and it will be dependent on a security check.
Super Bowl 60 has arrived in the San Francisco Bay Area ahead of Sunday's big game between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. CBS's Nydia Cavazos is there.
Both teams are already in place. They arrived on Sunday. They're in the area, and tonight is also opening night. So we're going to be expected to hear from both teams for an interview session, a photo session, and this is expected to be their only public appearance before the big day.
Stocks have closed up on Wall Street. The Dow jumped 515 points. The Nasdaq was up 130. S&P 500 closed up 37. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to the official 48 Hours After Show post-mortem on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-990-3434. That's 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow is Election Day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. 5 adults and a baby are displaced after a multi-family home fire in Bridgeport Sunday. Crews responded to the home in the 1000 block of Howard Avenue around 3 o'clock Sunday. Upon arrival, heavy smoke was seen coming from the home. No injuries were reported, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. A fire is to blame for destroying a home in Ansonia. Firefighters were called to a burning home along 5th Street on Saturday afternoon. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz was scheduled to meet with public safety officials today at a news conference in East Hartford to highlight Connecticut's continuing decline in violent crime in 2025 and statewide efforts to improve public safety. State leaders will also address a recent surge in fraud, including identity theft, and outline efforts to educate the public and coordinate with law enforcement. Many of these fraud cases concern the upcoming Super Bowl this Sunday, and the Better Business Bureau is urging those looking for tickets to only go through certified retailers.
Don't click on a link on Craigslist or on social media.
And the UConn men's basketball team is celebrating a win on the road. Silas DeMary Jr. scored 15 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 85-58 on Saturday in Omaha. UConn improves to 21-1 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Backup starts at exit 17. Northbound heavy delays start in Stamford. Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. On the Milford Connector northbound, an accident approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. That's over on the right side. And in the shoulder out of New Haven on 95 south, you've got some volume delays out of Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. Hey, how are you? What's on your minds today? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Elections coming up, of course, in November. The the short session. Pardon me, nothing special about this one. The short session of the General Assembly starting day after tomorrow on Wednesday. You may say, all right, Paul, what are they going to do now? They passed their housing bill. No, they're not done. Now, look, I'm just saying what I'm seeing here in certain areas of the press. And now coming off the housing bill, the majority Democrats want to reform regulations for landlords or renters. Now, this would not be all landlords with every rental unit in the state. No, it wouldn't be. But it's a illustration of a broader theme here. And it won the mayoralty of New York City for Zohran Mamdani. The whole thing of affordability and talking about rent control was able to hand the mayor's office of the most important city on the planet to somebody who never had a real job. Yeah, I know he was a housing advocate once, whatever that is. He was a backbencher in the New York State Assembly and apparently had a lousy attendance record. He was an aspiring rapper at one time. Now he's mayor of New York City. And how did we get here, as the great David Byrne says? Well, it was about affordability and the rent. So apparently, Democrats in Connecticut, they see this. The governor last week, remember, said, well, we're going to have rent caps for out-of-state landlords in Connecticut. So there are two things the General Assembly is going to work on here. One of them, now listen up if you're a landlord, no-fault evictions. Now, in other words, a no-fault eviction is when you, and evict may be a bad word, but you don't choose, for whatever reason, that's not illegal already, because somebody is a certain race, color, religion, creed, whatever. We know that's illegal. But sometimes people just want to rent to somebody else, or they figure they can get more money on their unit. So they go ahead and they say, well, I'm just not going to rent to you anymore. Democrats in Hartford want to get rid of that. They want to make landlords give some sort of a reason other than, well, I own the property. I have nothing against the tenant here. I just don't want to rent to them anymore. Is that fair? So the question is, should Connecticut landlords have to give a specific reason for a no-fault eviction? You tell us. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. With a smile on his face and a chuckle in his mustache, Chris Williams is looking at the answers, and he finds out what?
And a song in my heart.
That's right.
Teneri says what they should work on is rent control and say no to New York landlords.
Ooh.
Edward said 99% will be lack of payment, so what's the point? Paul said, yes, eviction without reason violates the values of American capitalism. Landlords have enough power and don't deserve arbitrary or risk-free tenant changes. Put some teeth in it and mandate it becomes part of the contract or lease. And Alina said no one should be mandated to give reasons. When your lease is up, it's up. No further explanations.
Well, how about that? This is something that really kind of sort of cuts down the middle here. You see some people, right, who say, well, no, if there's no criminality or law breaking by the landlord and or late payments or bad things by the tenant, if everything is kind of on an even keel, the landlord was good, the tenant was pleasant, then if the landlord wants to rent to somebody else, he, she, or they should be able to do so. But then you heard there are people who say, wait a minute, landlords already have too much power here. They should be able to say why. Now, you may say, well, what's the problem with saying why? Well, you have to read further in the bill, and I'm sure it's being drafted now. We don't have a final edition of this bill, but supposing the landlord says, well, I can get, my tenant's been with me for 10 years, love her, whatever, but I can get twice the monthly rent here. And then if you say that under this bill, like we're just being hypothetical here, but if you say that, is this bill going to then allow the tenant to possibly sue here under some sort of economic discrimination? I don't know. You tell me.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Hi, I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, ultra-low sugar brain and body fuel. Our IQ Bar plant protein bars help you refuel smarter. Our IQ Mix Zero Sugar Hydration Mixes help you hydrate harder. And our IQ Joe Instant Mushroom Coffees help you caffeinate larger. All three product lines boost physical performance, but they also boost mental performance via nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane. Right now, you can try our epic IQ Bar Ultimate Sampler Pack with 9 protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 coffee sticks. Win your day with clean ingredients, amazing taste, and superior brain and body nutrition. Try IQ Bar today.
Get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get this exclusive radio offer. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliopson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see the Rascals perform at Ridgefield Playhouse Friday, February 13th. Tickets on sale now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Backup starts at exit 17. Northbound heavy delays start in Stamford. Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. On the Milford Connector northbound, an accident approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. That's over on the right side. And in the shoulder out of New Haven on 95 south, you've got some volume delays out of Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, we have, and hopefully I'll be around for the 300th anniversary. I don't think so. Back to open phones coming up later on. Our buddy, our pal Terry Cowgill. I often tell you that even though I've segued over to becoming a talk show host, I do have other gigs where I'm a straight-ahead news guy. I have a journalism degree. I've won a few awards in the past, so I kind of understand what being a journalist is. I kind of get it. I respect the good ones. I laugh at the bad ones, and the ones in the middle, I go, huh, what? So you may be wondering, why do we suddenly have a discussion about freedom of speech with Don Lemon, who used to be on CNN? God bless him. He's probably got much more wealth than I do. Why are we talking about Don Lemon like Edward R. Murrow for some reason? Let's get the legal analysis here of what Mr. Lemon may be fairly or unfairly being accused of. CBS News legal analyst extraordinaire Thane Rosenbaum. Go to his website, by the way, ThaneRosenbaum.com. Thane, good afternoon. It's Paul. How are you, man?
Always great hearing your voice, buddy. Great hearing you, Paul.
Thank you, Thane. So what do we have here? Well, a couple of weeks ago, Don Lemon is with some protesters, and he does what, where, and why is this split people so much down the middle? Explain this for us.
Well, he's no longer CNN. That's your point,
yeah.
Right? The question is, what does it mean to have a press credential? In the modern world, anyone can have one. You can have your own YouTube station. You know, you don't need it. And there used to be in old days. Remember the old days where a guy would had a hat on, and the hat said "press."
The
on
pork
the hat?
pie hat. The pork pie hat.
Right. You have to give a certain generation to know what we're talking about, right? And then there was the vest.
Yeah.
And then there was the badge.
Yeah,
and
press.
Now you don't need the hat, the badge, or the vest. You just say, I have a podcast, I have this, I have that.
Yeah.
So the fact that he spent some years at CNN doesn't really change the fact he has no longer a broadcasting affiliation, unlike you, who has an actual broadcasting affiliation, and you, as you point out, a degree as a newscaster as well. So that's the first question. Does anyone have a right to freedom of press simply by saying they're a member of the press, even though they have no affiliation with any press outlet? So that's one question, whether this even applies to them. We don't care what your career used to be. You got fired. So that doesn't mean you get to keep it forever. No business works this way.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two, they all met, the 9 of them, I think, met in a parking lot. And he broadcasted the meeting at which he was part of the organizing of this protest that was going to take place at a church in Minneapolis because the pastor, it was alleged, had been an ICE agent. So they decided they could go in on a Sunday morning during services and completely interfere, obstruct, ruin the religious practices of the people in that church in order to call attention to him, the pastor, being a member of ICE. So the first question is, even if he was a member of the press, the minute you met at the parking lot and broadcasted the meeting, and which you two were giving directions on how to conduct yourself, he was coaching them on what you can do and when you can't do. So at that point, it's not clear whether he's a member of the press anymore. He looks like he's part of a conspiracy to disrupt this service.
Yeah.
That's different from what you and I know a press person sits and takes notes, right? Observes and writes about it. They call it a reported piece. I was there, and this is what I saw. Very different when you're talking to the crowd and giving them directions on what's permissible, not permissible. Apparently, he kept repeating to his audience, we are not going to give away where we're going. We're not giving you the address, as if to say we don't want anyone to warn the congregants, the parishioners, that we're coming. So that, again, doesn't sound like a member of the objective press. It sounds like he's saying, don't blab where we're going because we want those people to be there and we could catch them in the act of praying to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And so that's really the question. He then says, now there are civil rights laws that say that you cannot disrupt, interfere, obstruct with a religious expression of religious liberty, meaning you can't go into churches and synagogues and mosques and mess up their services, right? Why? Because they have a First Amendment right for the free exercise of religion.
Yeah.
And you have violated their civil rights by interfering with their desire to pray to whomever they're praying to. So there's a pretty clear law. Now, somehow Don Lemon decided, even if we accept such a law, which he has to, it doesn't apply to me because I'm Don Lemon. And we're going, you've got to be kidding. I think that's what the Justice Department is saying. You, first of all, who is Don Lemon?
Who are you?
Seriously, who are you? Who did you think you were? And secondly, you're not doing that anymore. And thirdly, we see you on YouTube as very much an integral part of this protest. So he hightailed it back to Los Angeles. The other 7 got indicted in Minneapolis. He flew there. The Justice Department flew after him. They said, we're going to get on a plane. Where do you think you're going, buddy? We're going to go, and we're going to indict you in federal court in Los Angeles. And that's where it is. He's now facing an indictment for both the conspiracy to obstruct and the actual obstruction of a religious service in process.
Thane, though, it's frightening because for whatever reason, you know how this works. It's like some people are defending this when you stated the exact act here, and as I'm trying to explain to some of my friends here, that's not being a reporter. What Journalism 101, my original teacher said, when you are part of the story, you have lost your goal to say you're a reporter here. It's mind-boggling.
You know, this is another area that I wrote a book about recently, but it is also true of civilians and war. If civilians join the fight, you don't have to have a uniform.
Yeah.
If you're participating, aiding and abetting, providing the material support, and you're in your pajamas the whole time, you have essentially lost your status as an innocent civilian.
Mm-hmm.
You might scream your lungs out like Don Lemon that I'm a member of the press or I'm a member of the civilians, but you're not. You may be a civilian, but you may not be an innocent civilian anymore because you forfeited your status by helping out. So it's very similar, so that's the same people who are going, I don't understand, these people are civilians. Yeah, but not here. Right now, they're actually acting as if they've joined the fight. And I would make the same argument that I think could be made with Don Lemon, that even if you had your CNN credentials, we wouldn't, even if he did, we would wonder what you're doing there, screaming. Apparently, he was not only part of it, but at one point he positioned himself at the door to make it difficult for people to leave. So that to me is an obstacle, right? You're basically saying, I'm going to be like a reason for you not, you have to stay here and watch our protest. So again, it is interesting. It does, in my mind, speak to how polarized we are. Because as you're pointing out, it seems pretty straightforward. It doesn't, this is not rocket science. You don't seem to have been functioning as a journalist in this capacity. And so therefore that defense is really not available to you because these people you may not respect religious people. You may not like people who go to church. That's fine. You don't have to like them, but they have the right to be there. You don't. Yeah. You don't have a right to be there because they're exercising their religious liberty. And you're claiming, no, I have a First Amendment right to conflict, to trash their religious liberty.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
That's really what the Justice Department is saying. But look, I understand we're polarized, and there are people that are saying, if you're an ICE agent, we can do anything to you, and all bets are off, and you have nothing you can say in defense. And if you're a person who's being preached to by an ICE agent, you're not entitled to your religious liberty because you've allowed an ICE agent to talk to you in a religious service.
Amazing. Check out his website, folks, ThaneRosenbaum.com. Thane, thank you for the sanity. I appreciate it, my friend. Take care.
Anytime, buddy.
Thanks. Bye-bye. There you go, folks. Just stop. And I'm seeing people in my business say, well, credit to Don Lemon. Credit my arse to Don Lemon. He doesn't work for anybody anymore. Being a member of the My Broadcasting Company doesn't count.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Backup starts at exit 17. Northbound heavy delays start in Stamford. Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. On the Milford Connector northbound, an accident approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. That's over on the right side. And in the shoulder out of New Haven on 95 south, you've got some volume delays out of Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. And Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty & Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty & Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty & Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cash back bonus.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes and Retirement event February 10th and 12th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The FBI is now involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's mother in Arizona. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Given the high profile of Savannah Guthrie, it would make absolute sense for the FBI to immediately be at least involved in some way.
A strong weekend storm dumped as much as 18 inches of snow in areas of central North Carolina. This man in Wilmington doesn't mind.
We get a snow day in the port city. You don't get this very often, so why would you want to sit inside when you can be out enjoying all of this?
A 5-year-old boy and his Ecuadorian father were released from ICE custody in Texas over the weekend and returned to Columbia Heights, Minnesota on a judge's order. But CBS's Omar Villafranca says the 5-year-old was not in school today due to a bomb threat.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow is the election day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. An alleged Stamford drug dealer is facing nearly a decade in prison for various drug crimes. 49-year-old Samuel Ellie was arrested more than a year ago after police raided his home. During that raid, officers found fentanyl, crack cocaine, powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and ammunition. Ellie, who has a prior criminal record, pleaded guilty to the charges against him and is awaiting sentencing. A norovirus outbreak is being reported at Quinnipiac University in Hamden. The sickness was reportedly confined to students living in the Ledges Residence Hall last week. The university sent an email to the campus warning students, faculty, and staff to take precautions. The university's medical director wrote directly to students living in the Ledges Hall, advising them on symptoms, prevention, and when they should seek medical attention. Coyote mating season is underway in Connecticut. This has wildlife experts warning residents to protect their pets and themselves as coyotes can become aggressive and territorial during this time of the year. It's recommended to watch your pets carefully when outside and not to leave cats outside, especially at night. WTNH TV News 8 spoke with Department of Energy and Environmental Protection biologist Greg Krukar about what to do if you encounter one of the animals.
Blowing a whistle, blowing an air horn, banging pots and pans, clapping, yelling. And if that doesn't work, you can bump it up to physical hazing, physical cues. So you could try throwing objects at them like golf balls.
Last month, a woman was bitten by a coyote in Fairfield County, and a dog was severely injured by a coyote in Wallingford. Police in Bridgeport are ruling the death of a man found inside an East Side home, quote, suspicious. Officers responded to a call Saturday afternoon on Brooks Street near Boston Avenue. The area was closed off for hours during the investigation. An official cause of death hasn't been released yet. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says the Hyoxium fuel cells at Charter Oak Combined Heating and Power Project is a great development for the city and the region, but it could be a little easier on the eyes. In fact, the mayor called the $100 million clean energy project along I-95 an, quote, absolute monstrosity over the weekend. It's been dubbed one of the most innovative renewable energy projects in the country that will provide electricity for thousands of households on the south end, among other notable perks. Still, developers have agreed to make aesthetic improvements. Former Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker may have dropped out of the gubernatorial race, but now she is looking to become the state's chief financial officer. In a statement announcing her intention to run for state comptroller, Tooker said in part, quote, for Connecticut families and businesses, every dollar matters right now. Daily expenses, energy costs, and property taxes, they all add up. Tooker, a Republican, will be going up against incumbent state comptroller Democrat Sean Scanlon, who announced his re-election campaign last week.
As your comptroller, I've been doing comptroller things. I reformed our pension systems for the first time in decades and saved $1 billion in taxpayer dollars. But I'm most proud of the work we've been doing to solve problems for everyday families.
And Connecticut is ranked 34th in a national survey of states for retiree friendliness. The financial website WalletHub.com reviewed multiple factors in the areas of affordability, quality of life, and health care. Wyoming was ranked as the best state for retirement. Kentucky was ranked the worst. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash remains between exit 14 and 13. Backup starts at exit 17. Northbound heavy delays start in Stamford. Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. On the Milford Connector northbound, an accident approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. That's over on the right side. And in the shoulder out of New Haven on 95 south, you've got some volume delays out of Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, how are you? About 90 minutes to go in today's wonderful extravaganza. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. There's a bulletin up here I see on my screen. Christy Nome saying every ICE officer in Minnesota is getting a body cam. Good. Now, look, I'm not saying ICE is completely admonished here in a lot of this stuff, but maybe now we will get a close-up look from ICE's point of view at some of the idiocy that's going on. Because remember one thing, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to back off of this. I'm not. And I'm not victim blaming, because victim blaming means somebody deserved it. No, there's a fine line between victim blaming and not making a wise choice. We all make choices before things happen or don't happen, right? How many times in our lives have we said or heard one of two things? Number one, oof, good thing I didn't, blah, 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 because, boy, I would have been screwed, right? How many times? And you sit there, you say, oof, but for the grace of God, I could have, right? How many times have we heard, but at the last minute, I just got a bad feeling about this, right? Or on the flip side, years as we get older and we absorb some level of wisdom with age, we say, geez, what in the hell was I thinking? What was I thinking? See, this is what I mean. If Renee Good, God bless her, her wife's a widow now, and she has to say, if Renee Good had just thought not to be in her car, and people say, well, she lived in the neighborhood, but the bottom line is she and her wife were confronting armed federal officers who may not have had the best training. I'll give you that. But they were in a very tense situation. And had she, A, not been there, or B, put the SUV in park, held up her hands and say, all right, okay, what do you want me to do? I'll get out. I'm sorry. She could have done that. It's choices we make. And she could have been down there screaming and yelling and dropping the F-bomb and the MF this and Trump sucks and all that, Trump's an SOB. That's fine. She could have been doing that from outside the vehicle. But then, as I say, as the days wore on, you found out that she was part of this ICE watch and she had used her vehicle. Now, again, that doesn't mean you deserve to die, but sometimes you make bad choices, and then you throw the luck of your life to the wind. The same thing with this gentleman, the ICU nurse who was killed, Mr. Preddy. So his encounter, now again, if the ICE agents are at fault and they killed it, well, they said it was a murder, then these guys should go to jail for life, maybe face the death penalty. I have no problem with that. But again, you see the previous video of him days earlier, so they got images of him. They knew who this guy was. They knew he had a gun. And again, I'm having friends of mine who are Second Amendment people say, well, you can carry whenever you want if it's wise and you have to have your ID on. So again, it's wonderful now that these ICE agents are going to have, mandated body cams. Good. Because again, because you know what and they should have done this from the beginning. They should have said, everybody wears a body cam, so give us the video, and then we can go to the American people and say, these are not legitimate protesters. Now, there may be some legitimate protesters on scene, but these are agitators. By the way, a couple of stories coming up. I don't know whether you saw this. They're tying the financing of some agitator group to China, and I don't know whether the latest sob story you saw now, somebody, and I'm sorry, this is just asinine. Somebody took their 7 or 8-year-old girl to a protest and ICE used tear gas or pepper spray, and the girl is crying because her eyes hurt. Excuse me, who the hell takes a child to a protest where it's not going to be about listening to Crosby, Stills, and Nash records, sipping herb tea, and having biscuits? You take your kid to a protest that you know, if you have a functioning brain cell, it might turn violent. And then you blame ICE or the Border Patrol if your kid gets a whiff or a sniff of pepper spray or mace or something like that. It is, I'm telling you, the mental illness in society today is mind-boggling. So good. So hopefully ICE will be able to give people an up-close view of some of the stuff they deal with. I'm sorry. If that sounds harsh, you don't take your kid to a protest that gets anything above somebody with a bullhorn. You just don't.
Save more on heating costs this winter with this special offer from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our Abundant Life program for homeless recovery, residents receive meals, clothing, and counseling to rebuild their lives?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets kicked off the week on a positive note with the majors all closing higher. The Dow posting a strong gain up over 500 points to close at 49,407. The NASDAQ up 130 to 23,592. The S&P up 37 to 6976. Airline stocks and computer hardware stocks were among the big gainers on the day. Much of the strength on Wall Street also came following the Institute for Supply Management's report showing that manufacturing activity expanded for the first time in about a year. The ISM's manufacturing PMI reading jumping to 52.6 from 47.9 in December, the reading above 50 indicating growth. Economists were looking for the index to touch 48.5. That data helping traders to set aside some trade tensions along with some uncertainty over monetary policy. Stocks also seeing some gains amid signs of easing tensions between the U.S. and Iran. And this comes amid reports that Iran may be prepared to negotiate with the U.S. over its nuclear program.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed up over the border on 95 north over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Route 8 northbound an accident at exit 12B. Milford Connection northbound an accident getting onto the Merritt Parkway has things backing up onto 95. And Route 7 northbound an accident at Bennett's Farms Road. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
And, you know, just to show you how freaking bipolar we've become, just in that brief commercial break there, I was able to find two Facebook kind of posters, columnists with completely polar opposite outlooks. And I guess this 7-year-old girl was with mom or dad, and there was some sort of memorial bike ride for that Mr. Preddy, that nurse. And I get whatever. She caught some pepper spray in the eye or something, and there's pictures of a cop trying to wash out her eye. Well, the folks generally on the left, there's the Gestapo at it again, just the way Hitler used to do it. And then you go to the exact same pictures on the right and saying, that's child abuse. Called Child Protective Service. Oh, man. Now, personally, me, I when my son was 7, I'm not taking him to any protest. Not that I was the biggest social justice guy. But no, and I know what they're going to say. Well, nobody could. No, how about here's the clue. Why don't we let kids be kids? What, huh? Well, I wanted to go, but I couldn't find childcare. Then guess what? You don't go. If this is a protest, hey, you want to come with mom? We're going to have a sit-in. The park you and mommy always go to? Yeah. Well, they want to put a shopping mall there. Okay, let's go there. The TV stations are there. I know on a shopping mall there. That's where my favorite seesaw is. Okay, honey, come on. But this stuff, can people please use some comment? Don't go all Don Lemon on me, please. Please. Who do you work for, Don? Well, I work for me. It's the Don Lemon News Network. God. Where's your pork pie hat? Dave, hang on. Randy in Easton's here. Randy, how are you?
I'm good, man. On Lemon, I guess 2 points.
Yeah.
One, can we widen the lens a little bit?
Yeah.
This is the examples of Trump's DOJ, and I'm going to say it his direction because he leaked his own email to his attorney general. Like, when are we going to go after Comey? When are we going to go after Schiff?
Yeah.
When are we? He's using the Department of Justice to go after people who he perceives to be his enemies.
Sure. Absolutely.
I can grant you, should Lemon have done that? I don't know. But with the Department of by the way, in reading it, this went before 2 other judges who said, you don't have a case here. No, I'm not signing off on this. She went after him anyway.
Yeah.
And you can love him or hate him. Is he a journalist? He's a guy that talks. He used to be on CNN. He's a guy that talks about politics all the time. And he has 1 million YouTube followers.
I don't besmirch him I don't besmirch him for wanting to report on the scene there and do so. But the minute, Randy, I'm sorry, the minute you go into a church, no.
But Paul, I'm not really talking about the nature of the alleged crime.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that. I get that.
Well, exactly, and that's the whole point.
I wouldn't have directed the Department of Justice to keep going after my enemies. It's not random.
No, it's not. In fact,
decided on her own completely. And Trump has the nerve to say, "Oh, did she? Oh, I had no idea. Nobody told me." Oh, please.
In fact, I remember
he totally knew.
Of course he did. I remember reading a story when Trump first got elected, way back in 2016, and the Russia thing was just kind of starting to bubble up, and it was in Rolling Stone of all things. So that's my little that's Pinko Pauly, coming through there. Anyway,
they could be conservative. Go ahead.
And it was you remember Matt Taibbi, right?
Sure. Of course, no, his son. Of course.
Yeah. And Matt Taibbi, he wrote a piece about what was coming up, and he said something, Randy, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but this has stuck with me now for 10 years. He said something to the effect of, if you're going to go after Trump, you had better damn sure make sure that what you have sticks, because if it doesn't, and I'm paraphrasing, you will create...
You have one shot at the king.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
But the Department of Justice, can we do the people's business? Do we have to go after every university, CBS?
No, it's a waste of time.
Journalists?
It's a waste of time.
Can he flying over to, the Middle East to conduct business and rake in $500 million right before? Can we get back to the people's business?
Well, you know what? He's going to get his ass kicked.
Separating Lemon's alleged crime from this is what the Department of Justice has to focus on. Pam Bondi's going to go after Don Lemon because, to your point, really, who's Don Lemon? He's got 1 million followers. He's semi-relevant.
No, listen, the guy was
Why are we going after Don? Isn't there more to do in this country?
The guy was on CNN, so I'll give him that. Listen, Randy, I think the message is going to be received in the midterms. I think it sure will. Then it's going to get interesting.
I think the message is being received now in a lot of reports, like he's going to go after you. If you're Adam Schiff, who helped with the impeachment, we're going to investigate his mortgage application. Really? That's what we need the Department of Justice doing? There's no other crime going on in this country we need to worry about? I don't like it, as you can tell.
Anything else today? Do we have our weekend gigs lined up, or is it too early?
No. And, I'm not too sad about it, given how cold it's been this past weekend.
You're like me. It's too cold.
Yeah, I got arthritic bones, man.
All right, brother.
Valentine's Day is coming. I'll be doing Valentine's.
Look at that.
Until then, Randy's staying home and having a glass of wine. And
that's what I like.
Vetching about politics with my pal who has his own talk show.
And listen, just say, you know what? It's cold here, so I need to buy another base. No, you can do that. So
that may have happened recently.
All right, buddy. Take care.
See ya.
Wow. May have happened. Huh? About that. Damn bass players and guitar players, never enough. Well, look at the pickups on this one. Oh, man, look. Ooh, look at this. Yeah, I always wanted that Brian May effects pedal. Yeah. Dave in Brantford before news. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I do all right.
Yeah?
The utility bill is going to startle me. Before I talk a little bit about landlordism, the electric utility plant in New Haven Harbor.
Oh, there it is.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
It was up and running yesterday morning. And my cousin who works for UI said it was either Thursday.
Yeah.
It was up and running that morning also.
That.
Saturday night was the coldest night for me on the shoreline.
Well, they heard you.
To 5 or 6.
They fired it up. They heard you.
They fired it up. Finally, 2 days, so we've gotten 2 days of use out of it in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of capital invested to be at the ready that somebody's paying for, and it's you and I.
That's it.
So, and on the landlordism, I heard something over the weekend. We'll go back one step. All the rent commissions that every town has been ordered by law to have, the book has already been written that inevitably the price of the product was going to be something that became regulated.
Yeah.
And I don't see any way to stop it. It's like big tobacco, big oil, big insurance, big banking. It's the enemy of the moment. And the landlords just can't fight back. There's not enough of them. Nobody calls your show, defending them really. I heard over the weekend on the Kudlow and Steve Moore show, we should not build affordable housing. Affordable housing is we build middle class and upper housing, and the old housing becomes the new affordable housing because it's old.
Yeah.
It's just like automobiles. Every car company has lost their shirt trying to build a small, cheap car that is affordable. People hate Chevy Vegas and Chevelles.
Wow. There
Ford
you
Pintos, Toyota Tercels. Remember the Hyundai Excel?
Yeah.
It had such a horrible reputation.
I know.
Cheap cars do not make it.
Yeah.
Poor people want to buy a better grade used
car.
That's what the market demands. You cannot build cheap housing. Can you imagine housing with no air conditioner and no dishwasher, no cable TV, only a 2-burner stove, no oven, no bathtub? And I'm thinking from New York with the SROs, single room occupancy, a 1 room with no bathroom. You walk to the end of the hall.
You have the community bathroom.
Anymore.
You got the community bathroom. Oh, man.
The public will not tolerate actual low-cost housing.
Yeah.
And so it only makes sense that a robust market for middle and upper class housing frees up the existing old housing, and that becomes the fixer-uppers. That's the affordable of the future.
Interesting.
I think that made a lot of sense to me listening to these money report shows over the weekend.
All right, Dave.
Thanks for letting me on.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Dave's right. You really don't see, you know what segment? He's right with the cars. You don't see any old subcompact cars anymore.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed up over the border on 95 north over Narrow Greenwich through Fairfield. Route 8 northbound at accident exit 12B. Milford Connector northbound at accident getting onto the Merritt Parkway has things backing up onto 95. And Route 7 northbound an accident at Bennett's Farms Road. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right. Coming back right after the news, I promised, before we check in with our buddy, our pal from the Connecticut News Junkie, Terry Cowgill. New approval numbers for Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont. And yes, they are still very, very strong. Can any Republican beat the Nedster?
WICC Bridgeport, Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Just in, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says every DHS officer deployed to Minneapolis is now being issued a body-worn camera. This on the same day as the shooting death of Alex Preddy is officially ruled a homicide. WCCO's Taylor Rivera.
The Hennepin County medical examiner ruling the January 24th shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy, a local veterans ICU nurse, a homicide. Preddy was fatally shot by federal agents during a border patrol operation in Minneapolis. The ruling confirms he died of multiple gunshot wounds. This decision comes amid a federal civil rights investigation that will determine whether or not the agents involved will face criminal charges. Taylor Rivera for CBS News, Minneapolis.
Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, has been missing since Saturday night. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says she was last seen at her home, which they say is now a crime scene.
So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about, who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911.
CBS's Anna Schechter.
She has physical limitations, so she can't walk on her own to go any distance, really. But she is sharp as a tack, the sheriff said. There is absolutely no concern that she has any cognitive decline, and that is why they feel certain that this is a crime.
The House is back in Washington to begin considering a revised funding package to end the partial government shutdown that began over the weekend. The DHS funding has been at the center of the impasse, with Democrats demanding reforms to how immigration enforcement agencies conduct their operations. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Everyday Americans have had enough with the failed policies of Donald Trump and Republicans in the House and the Senate. And the only real question that needs to be answered right now is, when will Republicans have enough?
President Trump says he's moving to close Washington's Kennedy Center for 2 years, starting in July, for construction.
We're going to close it, and we're going to make it unbelievable, far better than it ever was, and we'll be able to do it properly.
The announcement comes after performers' backlash by way of cancellations after his changes at the Kennedy Center. There was an earthquake east of San Francisco this morning with a magnitude of 4.2. For this commuter,
they said that trains would be at reduced speed due to seismic activity.
The quake was felt all the way down to Santa Clara, which is where Super Bowl 60 will be played on Sunday. In Pennsylvania, the groundhog prognosticator known as Phil did his thing.
Yes, a shadow I see. You can start the Twitter. Hashtag 6 more weeks of winter.
This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS News Roundup on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of?
Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-990-3434. That's 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow is the election day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. Police in Bridgeport are ruling the death of a man found inside an East Side home, quote, suspicious. Officers responded to a call Saturday afternoon on Brooks Street near Boston Avenue. The area was closed off for hours during the investigation. An official cause of death hasn't been released yet. 5 adults and a baby are displaced after a multifamily home fire in Bridgeport Sunday. Crews responded to the home in the 1000 block of Howard Avenue around 3 o'clock Sunday. Upon arrival, heavy smoke was seen coming from the home. No injuries were reported, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. And Connecticut is ranked 34th in a national survey of states for retiree friendliness. The financial website WalletHub.com reviewed multiple factors in the areas of affordability, quality of life, and health care. Wyoming was ranked as the best state for retirement. Kentucky was ranked the worst. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed over the border into New York onto the Hutch. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Milford Connection northbound heavy residual delays going up to the Parkway ramps from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Route 8 northbound residual delays through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier problem. And on 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, I gotta say, you people are making your thoughts heard. Remember, and by the way, I've got more on the Linda McMahon cancellation coming up before the show ends. I'll do it after the news at 5:30. Because apparently the Daily Mail in the UK, which is a conservative paper in the UK, they were able to get a hold of some of the emails and some of the statements there made before the illiberal, we don't like what you say, so we're going to shut you down parents at the McKinley School stepped up here and quashed free speech. Oh, I don't think so, Paul. Well, I do. Thank you. And listen, I'm not blaming the principal. I'm not blaming Superintendent Testani. But look, there's political aspirations there from at least a couple of people, I've been told, in Hartford. And one of the people who, shut that down is Governor Ned Lamont's press guy. There's a shock, huh? And a shocking development, ladies and gentlemen, as the late Bob Grant used to say down the road. So over 1,000 people responding to that. We'll get to that momentarily. If Betsy McCoy or Harry Aurora or Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio, if they want to defeat Governor Ned Lamont, they have their work cut out for them. Morning Consult is, they do this every couple of months. They track the approval ratings of all 50 U.S. governors. Now, again, you have to understand this is one tracking. Different pollsters do it in different ways. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, I know a lot of people hate him. Oh, my God, how could somebody vote for him? Well, take off your blinders. Governor Ned Lamont right now is the fourth most popular governor in the country, by state. Number one, with a 74% approval rating, is Governor Phil Scott of Vermont, or should I say Vermont. Number two, Republican Governor Mark Gordon of Wyoming. He's at 68%. Number three, Governor Andy Beshear, Democrat, Kentucky, 65%. He may run for president, although the psycho lefties in his party will say he's too conservative. Doesn't matter. In a conservative state, he's got a 65% approval rating. And then comes our old friend, Governor Ned Lamont, with a 63% approval rating. Maura Healey in Massachusetts, 62%. Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, 62%. Again, had the morons in the Democratic Party, the anti-Israel leftist Hamas lovers in the Democratic Party, shut their mouths and allowed Josh Shapiro to be the VP, we probably would have been talking about President Kamala Harris now. But no, the progressives didn't want that because, of course, Mr. Shapiro is Jewish. We can't have that now in the modern-day Democratic Party, can we? Governor Brian Kemp, Republican, Georgia, 61%. Governor Wes Moore, Maryland, Democrat, 61%. He's having a real problem now with his state legislature. Wes Moore he's been branded like the next Barack Obama. Sounds great, wonderful speaker. He's got a great resume, military veteran too. The problem is he, much the way Ned Lamont is, he's trying to corral the lefties in Maryland. He's having a real tough time there. Kelly Armstrong in North Dakota, Brad Little in Idaho, Gavin Newsom in California, or as his predecessor used to say, California. He and Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan are at 60%. So there you go. Who's the most unpopular governor in the country? Mike Dunleavy of Alaska. He's only got a 37% approval rating. That ain't good. No. All right. So there you go. Most of these governors are at the high 40s, low to mid 50s or 60s. A couple of really bad ones there, but other than that. So there you go. So again, Governor Ned Lamont. Now, again, 60 people have said, well, the Morning Consult is artificial. All right, okay. So maybe Lamont is not at 63%. Maybe he's at 53%. Let's say it's off by 10%. It's still going to be a Herculean task to beat him. Well, we'll see. See, here's the thing. If you elect a Republican, say you elect Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio, they're still going to have to deal with unless something really changes on Election Day, you still have Democratic majorities in both the House and Senate, and I still think they're veto-proof in both chambers, meaning that a Republican governor would be able to veto whatever they want to do, and then it would just be overridden by the General Assembly. Folks, I'm telling you this. I've said it before over and over and over again. If you want to balance off Connecticut, you don't necessarily have to win the governor's mansion. You don't even have to win the state house. But the last time, the session that we had fiscal responsibility is when you essentially had the state Senate even. It was 1818, and I believe, don't quote me on this, so I believe Joan Hartley of Waterbury voted with it may have been somebody else too, but I know it was at least one, if not two Democrats caucused with the Republicans together, and that's why we have these fiscal guardrails. And that did not come with Republicans controlling the governor's mansion. It did not come with Republicans in the House, although it was closer. It was the state Senate that made the difference there. And, at that time, Governor, what's his name now up in Maine there, Dan Malloy said, all right, okay.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses, children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed over the border into New York onto the Hutch. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Milford Connection northbound heavy residual delays going up to the Parkway ramps from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Route 8 northbound residual delays through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier problem. And on 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorak on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut for 100 years.
All right, coming up after the news at the bottom of the hour, I've got a little snippet, if you will, a little smidgen, a nugget from Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy, who was on Fox News Sunday yesterday with Shannon Bream. And Senator Murphy does not do very well in Nate Silver's first ranking of 18 possible Democrats to get the White House in 2028. He ranks 18 of them. Let me just say, Senator Murphy is not number one. He's a ways down there, but it's just fun to do that. So we'll do that. And a conservative newspaper, online publication, the Daily Mail, has posted some internal communications in the Fairfield school system regarding last week's cancellation of Linda McMahon because of the anger of some parents. So I'll read you those. And again, we'll just sit here and chuckle. That's it. All right. Hey, we people are looking at a couple of elections that have happened recently. I guess one of them in Texas. And it may be time for Republicans, including the president. Now, a gentleman who has deep Connecticut connections and Texas now, Terry Cowgill, joins us from the Connecticut News Junkie and Substack.com. His blog on Substack, very good. You should check it out. Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. Mr. Cowgill, good afternoon, sir. It's Monday. How are you?
Well, not bad. I'm waiting with bated breath to right after we get done with this, I'm going to go onto the Daily Mail and find out all the dirt in Fairfield.
Well, it was kind of interesting. It's, again, they have a way of digging up things, and I'm just, okay, that's... Let's just say, Terry, that the powers that be seemed very excited about having Linda McMahon there until, wink, wink.
Yes, we had a similar situation.
Really?
In Region 1, which is our school district in Northwest Connecticut.
Yeah.
And that the superintendent, this is back about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
She refused to suspend classes so that students could watch a speech by President Obama.
Yeah.
And it was huge to do in the community, as you can imagine.
Oh my God.
That's the kind of place that Litchfield County has turned into. They were very pro-Obama, and they thought that the superintendent was some right-wing crazy person, which she's not. So,
you wanted to talk, Terry, and I did see this mentioned over the weekend amid the forest of news we had with the bigger stories. We had a special election in Texas that had a major swing there. So you're familiar with that area. What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. So, the question is this going to be a real sort of bellwether or the canary in the coal mine? But there was a state Senate seat in Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth, basically.
Yeah.
And the Republican there resigned because he was taking a statewide office.
Okay.
So they held a special election, and the Democrat there won by 17 points.
Oof.
And by 14 points, pardon me. And Donald Trump had won that district just last year, or in 2024, by 14 points.
Wow!
And so, the thinking is that even in Texas, this whole enforcement of immigration law and the overly aggressive tactics of ICE has really turned a lot of independents and some Republicans off, and they really sent a message. But this is a state race, and generally state races are won on state issues.
Yeah.
But sometimes they do get nationalized, and this may very well be one of those cases. But as I told a friend the other day, who would have thought that ICE could unite the Democrats, independents, and non-MAGA GOP. But apparently they did in this case.
Yeah, and Terry, one more on this. It's interesting. You wonder if, in other words, that's interesting. So I'm sure the GOP tacticians are saying, well, let's just fix ICE because we were doing pretty well, all things considered, pre-ICE. So I wonder if this is the kind of thing, Terry, and you've covered politics a lot, is this kind of a canary in the coal mine, and once they clear things out and rescue the bird, everything will be fine? Or will this linger toward November now and then 2028?
Well, I think that's what Donald Trump and the Republican majority in Washington are hoping, is that this will gradually fade off of everyone's radar, and people will have forgotten about it by November. I don't know whether that's going to happen. They are, pulling back a bit in Minnesota.
Yeah.
But, this is one of the things that Donald Trump ran on. And if he really were to retreat on it, I don't know, there were that and combined maybe with some more unflattering news about Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Maybe this could turn some of the MAGA people against him. But, we'll have to see.
Terry and you and I, even though we didn't do it in front of each other, I think you and I had a collective eye roll at Betsy McCoy, a former lieutenant governor of New York, kind of splits her time between New York and Connecticut now, though she grew up here in Connecticut. I interviewed her years ago on healthcare. She's on Newsmax. Good for her. Obviously, in some areas, very smart woman. But now, Terry, she's rolling out elect me governor, and I'll get rid of the state income tax, which, depending upon who you talk to, Terry, you and I both know, it's a bit over 50% of the total state revenues. How on earth do you do that? I mean, to me, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, to me, that's not a serious proposal.
No, it's not. But, it does galvanize Republicans. And if you're trying to get attention in a crowded primary field in Connecticut for statewide office, then, you say something like this. But we go back to John Rowland said he was going to repeal the income tax when he went. We know, my old buddy John Rowland.
Yeah.
He said, he said, never mind. Once he got elected, Bob Stefanowski said he was going to do it in his first run. He said he was going to do it, and then he just kind of dropped it when he went for his second run.
Yeah.
But there was a great article in CT Insider. I think it was yesterday by Paul Hughes, the legendary State House reporter for the Old Republican American.
Yeah.
But yes, he saw it with 50% about is the 50% of the $27.2 billion state budget.
Yeah.
And in contrast, the sales tax represents about 20% of the revenue. So this is so far and away the largest source of revenue that it would just force everything way, way up, including sales taxes, property taxes, because you'd have to slash state spending, state aid to education, state aid to towns. So your property taxes would go way up. Everything would go way up. And it's just, it's not a serious proposal. In fact, as Fred Carstensen said, Fred Carstensen,
I know Fred.
the UConn. UConn economist. He said it's a great way, I suppose, to make headlines, but it's hard to take seriously as a proposal.
Yeah. Terry Cowgill, check him out, the ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com and also Substack.com, red meat for mushy moderates. And he's also, when he's there, he's our man on the ground in the great state of Texas. Terry, thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll chat next week, my friend. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Folks, in theory, you could get rid of the income tax. Yeah, sure. And the sales tax goes from 7% to 30%.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed over the border into New York onto the Hutch. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Milford Connection northbound heavy residual delays going up to the Parkway ramps from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Route 8 northbound residual delays through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier problem. And on 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, The Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. At least 3 people have died and cleanup is underway after a second weekend storm slams the southeast. CBS's Jim Krasula.
A strong coastal storm dumped as much as 18 inches of snow in areas of central North Carolina. More than a foot of snow fell on the North Carolina beaches.
The U.S. House is working to pass a $5 funding package aimed at partial government shutdown. CBS's Torian Small is on Capitol Hill.
We're expected to see this pass out of the panel favorably, and then it's up to the Speaker's discretion to whether or not this will see a full floor vote.
The final vote could come tomorrow. Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother is missing. Nancy Guthrie was last seen at her home on Saturday night. She depends on medication and has limited mobility. Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nanos.
We believe now, after we process that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
The FBI is involved in the investigation. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow is the election day in Fairfield as the special election for First Select Person concludes. Incumbent First Select Person Christine Vitale, State Senator Tony Wong, and Matthew Halleck are all vying for the seat. At a recent open forum, both Vitale and Wong spoke about their various accomplishments on behalf of the town.
Approved numerous capital projects, approved a town budget that funds our police department, our teachers.
Gave people a voice in challenging the utilities, the unsustainable rate increases. We have overrode UI and its monopole.
The polls will be open tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Fairfield Public Schools will be closed to accommodate them. You can find information on polling locations on the town website. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says the Hyoxium fuel cells at Charter Oak Combined Heating and Power Project is a great development for the city and the region, but it could be a little easier on the eyes. In fact, the mayor called the $100 million clean energy project along I-95 a, quote, absolute monstrosity over the weekend. It's been dubbed one of the most innovative renewable energy projects in the country that will provide electricity for thousands of households on the south end, among other notable perks. Still, developers have agreed to make aesthetic improvements. An alleged Stamford drug dealer is facing nearly a decade in prison for various drug crimes. 49-year-old Samuel Ellie was arrested more than a year ago after police raided his home. During that raid, officers found fentanyl, crack cocaine, powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and ammunition. Ellie, who has a prior criminal record, pleaded guilty to the charges against him and is awaiting sentencing. A norovirus outbreak is being reported at Quinnipiac University in Hamden. The sickness was reportedly confined to students living in the Ledges Residence Hall last week. The university sent an email to the campus warning students, faculty, and staff to take precautions. The university's medical director wrote directly to students living in the Ledges Hall, advising them on symptoms, prevention, and when they should seek medical attention. A fire is to blame for destroying a home in Ansonia. Firefighters were called to a burning home along 5th Street on Saturday afternoon. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Coyote mating season is underway in Connecticut. This has wildlife experts warning residents to protect their pets and themselves, as coyotes can become aggressive and territorial during this time of the year. It's recommended to watch your pets carefully when outside and not to leave cats outside, especially at night. WTNH TV News 8 spoke with Department of Energy and Environmental Protection biologist Greg Krukar about what to do if you encounter one of the animals.
Blowing a whistle, blowing an air horn, banging pots and pans, clapping, yelling. And if that doesn't work, you can bump it up to physical hazing, physical cues. So you could try throwing objects at them like golf balls.
Last month, a woman was bitten by a coyote in Fairfield County, and a dog was severely injured by a coyote in Wallingford. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz was scheduled to meet with public safety officials today at a news conference in East Hartford to highlight Connecticut's continuing decline in violent crime in 2025 and statewide efforts to improve public safety. State leaders also addressed a recent surge in fraud, including identity theft, and outline efforts to educate the public and coordinate with law enforcement. Many of these fraud cases concern the upcoming Super Bowl this Sunday, and the Better Business Bureau is urging those looking for tickets to only go through certified retailers.
Don't click on a link on Craigslist or on social media.
Former Westport First Select woman Jen Tooker may have dropped out of the gubernatorial race, but now she is looking to become the state's chief financial officer. In a statement announcing her intention to run for state comptroller, Tooker said in part, quote, "For Connecticut families and businesses, every dollar matters right now. Daily expenses, energy costs, and property taxes, they all add up." Tooker, a Republican, will be going up against incumbent state comptroller Democrat Sean Scanlon, who announced his re-election campaign last week.
As your comptroller, I've been doing comptroller things. I reformed our pension systems for the first time in decades and saved $1 billion in taxpayer dollars. But I'm most proud of the work we've been doing to solve problems for everyday families.
And the UConn men's basketball team is celebrating a win on the road. Silas DeMary Jr. scored 15 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 85-58 on Saturday in Omaha. UConn improves to 21-1 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backed over the border into New York onto the Hutch. On 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Milford Connection northbound heavy residual delays going up to the Parkway ramps from an earlier issue that's been cleared. Route 8 northbound residual delays through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier problem. And on 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold with a low near 10. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up right before the show ends, we'll do this at about 5 of the hour. Chris Murphy was on Fox News on Sunday yesterday with Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday. Interesting exchange. Mr. Murphy he's very well trained. I will say this. He is very disciplined at taking the first, these Sunday show appearances are generally 6.5 to 7 to about 8 minutes. And Chris Murphy is obviously schooled very well, as are all members of Congress. But having said that, Chris Murphy is very good at listening to a first question and completely not answering it and knowing that he's got about 90 seconds to about 2 minutes to get his point across, which, look, all the producers of these shows, News Nation, Fox, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, they all know the tricks here. So coming up, we'll hear a couple of very logical questions by Shannon Bream, and Chris Murphy's answer basically is Trump is Satan. And that's it. And apparently, according to these new rankings by Nate Silver, but again, who knows how people vote? Most people, at least at this point, are going, Chris, who? Well, let me give you this. A little more information here now about last week's chickening out. And yes, I say that with all the love in my heart. Some of the parents at a school in Fairfield County, the McKinley Elementary School in Fairfield on Friday, apparently they got so scared. Oh, my God, there's no safe space for my child, that they basically forced the school superintendent there and the principal to pull the rug out under Linda McMahon as education secretary from giving a nonpartisan, they claim, presentation. I guess she's going on to at least 1 or 2 schools in all 50 states to do this about America 250. By the way, I do hear that there may be a more tolerant and actually liberal school that may host Ms. McMahon in the state. I've got some sources working on that for me. Because a true, as Bill Maher always says, you're not liberal, you're not progressive if you want to shut people up from speaking. You're not. You can listen to and give their ideas, and as a parent, you don't let your politics seep in to what you allow your kid to see or not to see. But we don't have many Democrats these days are not liberal. They are, in fact, illiberal. They are the worst of the worst. But I digress. It says here in the Daily Mail, dailymail.co.uk, Principal Christine Booth at the McKinley School wrote to parents on Wednesday night with the quote-unquote exciting news that Linda McMahon was stopping by the school. Fairfield School Superintendent Michael Testani was forced to call off the visit just hours after the school's principal, Christine Booth, announced it to parents on Wednesday night. Now, again, this didn't come at the turn of a hand here. There was planning in this, the state education department, the local schools, the Department of Education, and apparently this got all tossed out because of some cranky parents. I'm sorry. And as my buddy Dan Haar said in Hearst, Connecticut media, you took the bait. Come on, what do you think Linda McMahon was going to do? She was going to talk about the founding of the country. And there obviously would have been teachers in the room, and there obviously would have been school officials in the room. I'm sorry. You're probably yelling and screaming at me now. Guess what? I don't care. Right now, if you were in the studio with me or watching on Twitch or YouTube, I have my I couldn't care less if you paid me face. You're either for free speech or you're not. Testani told the parents in an email that night that the district heard from many families who expressed concerns. And they were considering keeping their children home. Stop. Well, people were concerned that among the groups backing the tour was Turning Point USA and the America First Policy Institute. Can't have those conservative groups. Yeah, and I'm sure the parents would have done the same thing if the tour was sponsored by, the NAACP and the ACLU and all manner of organizations. They also said, these parents, get this. They also said they were upset that the school even considered inviting her. How dare they even, not that they did invite her, they were upset that they considered inviting her. McKinley parent Tracy Rodriguez, who's also a Democratic member of the Fairfield Representative Town Meeting, told our friends at WNBR she had a heated discussion on Wednesday with Testani. Now, let me ask you something. And I'm just kind of musing here. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but you have a municipal employee, Superintendent Testani, right? Getting into supposedly a heated discussion with a municipal lawmaker who was of the opposite party of the person who's invited here. Okay. She told WNPR, quote, Testani, saw no concern over the visit. He thought I was politicizing it. Well... And here's what she said. I think it's completely inappropriate to have somebody from the Trump administration speaking directly to our children. And in light of what's happening in our country right now, I personally felt that the safety of our students and staff was not being considered. Oh, you personally felt. You didn't stop and think of the other guy. And come on, stop with this safety garbage. She's a cabinet secretary. She has her own security detail. There would have been local Fairfield cops there. There would have been Connecticut State Police. Stop with this. Look, just say she's a Republican. I hate her. That's fine. Stop with this safety garbage. It's hysterically bad. Rodriguez said, and 3 other Democrats from the RTM shared a statement of appreciation to the district for backing down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is just, it's really sad. It's really sad. Of course, this is the same thinking, maybe not to such an extent, but who was it? At I'll think about it on the other side of the break. At Cal Berkeley a few years ago, they were setting like bonfires and garbage cans. There was like a conservative speaker who was supposed to show up there. But again, remember, this is when we hear about tolerance and understanding, except when it's the other side. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
For 50 years, Wheat Pantry in West Haven has been providing food, personal care items, advocacy, and support to those in our community suffering from food insecurity.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
Wheat Inc. exists on community support from donations of funds and food. Wheat is always in need of food, and the items needed vary from month to month. Get involved at wheatpantry.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backing up onto the Hutch on 95 North, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. New Haven 95 South jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold tonight with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, just to end up on this Fairfield thing, I scrolled down and I read the readers' responses there, and it's about 50-50, as you would imagine. But somebody, now I'm not saying they picked up on it because I said it, but this was my thought here. Now, we had 3 or 4 prominent Democrats in Fairfield saying, no, my God, how can you do this? Linda McMahon shouldn't be at the school. Okay, and they spoke up, and there was enough pressure to cancel. Now, was that right or wrong? I think it was wrong. I think that's far from being what liberals and Democrats claim they are, but that's just me, all right? As somebody pointed out there, and I pointed out last week, can you imagine if there was going to be some sort of drag queen story hour time at the same school for the same kids teaching tolerance? Could you imagine if 4 conservative members? Are there any in Fairfield? I don't know. I have no idea what the makeup of the RTM is, but can you imagine if and you know what? If conservatives did that, I would be equally against it. I would say if you want to keep your kids home, then keep them home. Now I'm asking this rhetorically here. We all know what the deal is here. If you had 4 conservative school board members or RTM members saying, hey, how the heck could you okay a drag time or a drag queen story hour? What is wrong with you? We're going to keep our kids home. Oh, my God. They would be pilloried from here to the third ring of hell. And I would be against that, too. Listen, now, I frankly don't see what the role of that is in elementary schools. I've said this before. Let kids figure out their own sexuality before you do things. But again, if somebody makes an invitation and they accept it, then that's it. You don't want to keep your kids home. See, that's what part that bothers me, too, like I said last week. What now? It's probably a low percent. I don't know, but were they afraid that the whole school would have stayed home that day? All right, well, too bad. You blew a sick day. As what's his name said as Robert De Niro said in that Stallone movie, Copland, you blew it. All right, let me. Great movie, probably Stallone's best movie. Yeah, Copland, great movie. Chris Murphy yesterday, Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream. He was on for, I'm not going to give you 8 or 9 minutes, please. I don't need my listeners using your forehead to bang nails in. Now, Chris Murphy made some salient points here, but I'll let you listen to it toward the end of the interview, which we frankly don't have time for, and I don't want you to pass out from screaming. Chris Murphy and Shannon Bream go at it a bit over immigration, and rather than actually answer Shannon Bream's question, Chris Murphy says, hey, I better get what I want to say in 2 minutes here, or my far lefties are going to be mad.
And I do think there are places that you guys have some agreement, body cams and those kinds of things. Seems to be some bipartisan buy-in. Now, Tom Homan went to Minneapolis this week, said he's trying to turn down the temperature there. He says, yes, states don't have to cooperate, but where they do, it can be helpful. Here's what he said.
The more agents we have in the jails, the rest of these people in the safety and security of a jail is safer for the officer, is safer for the alien, is safer for the community. So one agent can arrest a bad guy in a jail rather than sending a whole team to the community, and with all the hate and rhetoric and attacks, then we got to send another team for security. So what one agent can do in a jail, we got to send 15 or 16 guys to do.
So does that sound like a reasonable step to you? People who are in jail going to be released by a state or locality. ICE has said we got a detainer on this person. We think they're removable. Let one agent go in to the jail versus what we're seeing on the streets of Minneapolis.
I mean, come on. We're still pretending that ICE is going after dangerous people. They aren't. Right now, 70% of the people that they are detaining have absolutely no criminal record. What is happening?
Now, DHS says 70% of those they're arresting, and that's their number, do have some kind of criminal record.
What is happening in Minnesota right now is a dystopia. ICE is tear gassing elementary schools. It is disappearing legal residents into cars. It is murdering American citizens. ICE is making this country less safe, not more safe today. That is an emergency. That's why today 60% of the American people vehemently disagree with what ICE is doing, and we have to address that emergency right now. The Constitution is being abandoned by this administration right now as we speak, and so our focus over the next 2 weeks has to be reining in a lawless and immoral immigration agency in this nation. That's work that we have to do in the next 2 weeks. Hopefully it's work that Republicans and Democrats will be able to agree on.
Okay, there are a number of cities where there are major enforcements going on, but we aren't seeing these same things. Charlotte, Miami, New Orleans, Phoenix, some places that have local leaders who are Democrats, that they're working together. There's just been a major operation. ICE teams from Philadelphia operating in West Virginia. They rounded up about 650 people. Don't see the protests there. ICE Director Todd Lyons says this: when state and local law enforcement work with ICE, immigration enforcement is seamless. It all takes place behind closed doors between law enforcement professionals, and that's why the public never hears about it. So again, would you be for allowing ICE to go in? And our new Fox News polling shows people are 50-50 on this. They think that the locals should work with ICE to cooperate where they can.
Well, I was in Texas 2 weeks ago, and it is true that, well, the nation's attention is on Minnesota, where you have American citizens being murdered in cold blood on the street by ICE. The law is being violated very quietly in other places. In Texas, they're violating people's rights every single day. They're locking up hundreds and hundreds of children. They are traumatizing 2-year-olds and 5-year-olds for no reason. I sat inside an immigration court and watched legal residents coming in, applying for asylum, playing by the rules, and then getting disappeared out of the courtroom by ICE with absolutely no explanation. So it is true that we're watching the worst of the worst in Minneapolis, but it should concern every American citizen that there are legal immigrants in this country, tens of thousands of legal immigrants who are doing it the right way, who are applying for asylum, who are being disappeared into horrific prisons all across the country. And just because our eyes aren't trained on a place like Texas doesn't mean that the violation of the law throughout the country is something that we should just excuse.
I don't hear any other member, by and large, of Congress saying this to the degree that Chris Murphy is saying it. So that leads me to think one of two things. Seriously. Dystopia, killing people in the streets, thousands of kids are being with it. And as Shannon Bream pointed out, even from some blue areas, you don't get the rhetoric that Chris Murphy is using. So is he the only guy with the gullions enough to say this? Or is this not happening to the level? Or does he simply think, hey, I've got to make the most noise on this because if I'm a go-along-to-get-along guy, my stock is not going to rise here? I don't know. You can make up your own mind. But one thing, Chris Murphy, you don't hear him say, and I don't even think I don't even think he said it in the back part of the interview that I didn't have time for. Wouldn't it be nice if he actually came out and said, yeah, hey, listen, we're all going to get together and fix this? No, because he's running for president.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident at King Street has things backing up onto the Hutch on 95 North, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. New Haven, 95 South jamming from Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and cold, with a low near 10. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And even though Chris Murphy says what he says, and he has a right to say that, it's apparently not registering. Now, there's a long time to go here, but about a year from now, God willing, if we're still together, it's going to be a make or break moment for Murphy. Now, listen, he may run, he may win, I don't know. But there was an appearance by some pretty well-known prognosticators in New York City at a comedy club, of all things. And they had kind of a mock, this is pretty funny, and I wanted to end with this, in a mock draft here. And they put their heads together, and they came out with this list of favorites. Now, this is Nate Silver, who's a pretty good prognosticator here. Number 1, Gavin Newsom. All right, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hair there. There's a lot of hair product or whatever. AOC, number 2, Pete Buttigieg. And I've been talking about Buttigieg for a couple of years now. He's good. He's good. Now, will being openly gay and having a husband hurt him? I don't know. I don't know. Newsom 1, AOC 2. Pete Buttigieg 3, Gretchen Whitmer 4, Senator Gallego 5, Josh Shapiro at 6, and again, he would have been the vice president now had not the Hamas-loving wing of the Democratic Party yelling and screaming. Wes Moore at 7, followed by Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, and Raphael Warnock. Chris Murphy, out of a field of 18, according to Nate Silver, comes in out of 18 at 18th. See you tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all federal officers in Minneapolis will wear body cameras. CBS's Stacey Lynn with the latest.
President Trump says, well, it wasn't his decision.
If she wants to do the camera thing, that's okay with me.
He supports his Homeland Security Secretary.
And they generally tend to be good for law enforcement because people can't lie about what's happening.
Noem says all DHS officers and ICE agents deployed there will be issued the cameras. And she has plans to expand the program nationwide as funding becomes available. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Our correspondent Jim Krasula has the latest on the fatal shooting of a Minnesota man by federal agents.
The shooting death of Alex Preddy by federal agents has been ruled a homicide by the Hennepin County, Minnesota medical examiner. The cause of death of the 37-year-old man, who was a nurse at a Veterans Affairs medical center, was multiple gunshot wounds, according to the autopsy report.
The medical examiner's report says Petty was shot by law enforcement officers